Good morning, everyone. We have about 84 people and quite a bit more than that are registered. So I'm going to give people a few more minutes to join before we get started.
Great.
All right. Well, that's a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Good morning. I'm so pleased to welcome you all to our symposium on serving victims of child abuse and neglect during COVID-19. The symposium is being hosted by the Coalition for Victims of Child Abuse, and it's funded through a partnership between the State Office of Emergency Services and the Child Abuse Prevention Center. I'm Merritt Beckett, and I'm the Senior Program Manager with the Coalition for Victims of Child Abuse. And I just really want to start the day off, one, by thanking you all for joining us, and especially by thanking our funders at the Office of Emergency Services for making the symposium possible and just also for their leadership on behalf of child victims and their families. Okay, so we have 3 learning objectives for the day. The first is to learn how child abuse affects family systems and how COVID-19 has presented new barriers to vulnerable families. Second, to learn how to take care of yourself in order to better focus on the families being served. And third, to gain resources and best practices to support yourself in responding and engaging families during the pandemic. This is our agenda for the day. I think if you check your chat box, at the beginning of the chat box, you should find a link to these slides so that you'd be able to just have them for your reference throughout the day. But this is the agenda that we'll be having for the day. We'll have 3 main sessions and as well 3 breaks. So after my overview, we'll be having some welcoming remarks from Nicole Holm at the Office of Emergency Services. And then we'll have a 2-hour session presented by Robert Wright, and he'll be speaking on creating opportunities for family healing during COVID-19. We'll take a 1-hour break for lunch after that, and then we'll return for a 1-hour session presented by Kikanza Nuri Robbins. And she'll be speaking about trauma-informed care for the victim support professional. Following Kikanza's presentation, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene after that for our 3rd session, which is presented by Ingrid Cochran, and she'll be speaking on navigating collective trauma and connection in the age of COVID-19. And then following her presentation, we'll have another brief break, just a 10-minute break, and then we're going to convene for some small group discussion and networking. And then we'll hear closing remarks from our CEO at the Child Abuse Prevention Center, Sheila Boxley. So I think that right now we'll just take a few minutes. My coworker, Madison York, is going to help orient us to the platform and make sure that everyone kind of knows how to raise raise your hand and whatnot. Madison, did you want to
Yes.
share some of that?
Yes. So we'll be using 3 different features. So the mute and unmute, the chat box, which is on the control panel on the bottom of your screen. You can click chat and you can send messages and ask questions if you have. And then there's the raise hand. So during any of the presentations, if you have a question, just raise your hand and Marin and I will let the speakers know and unmute you and you can ask the questions. If you don't feel comfortable speaking, you can always ask the questions in the chat box and Marin and I will relay the information to the speakers to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Madison. So there's a few of us on staff that will be monitoring the participant box for raised hands and the chat box throughout the sessions. Go ahead and use those features if you want to speak. It's definitely the intent of our presenters today that to field questions and to have some, dialogue and participation throughout the session. So please do utilize those features. And then also, I think it might be a good idea just to get warmed up if you could practice using the chat box and maybe just say good morning and where you're from so that you kind of get a chance to utilize that, make sure it's working. So if you could just take a minute to say hello and put where you're from in the chat box, please. Yay. We had almost 200 people registered for the symposium today, so I'm thrilled to see so many people participating. There's 100 people here right now, and we're really thrilled to have such broad representation too from folks throughout the state. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Looks like the chat box is working. Okay, I also wanted to take this opportunity just to share a little bit of information about the coalition. So our coalition was founded in 2016. It's a partnership between the Governor's Office of Emergency Services and the Child Abuse Prevention Center. In 2016, they launched a statewide program to provide leadership and resources for child abuse treatment centers. And the 3 major elements of that project included promoting coordinated public and private efforts to aid child victims, providing information and referrals to child abuse treatment centers, and providing technical assistance and training to subrecipients for the Office of Emergency Services. And so at that time, the coalition was created to help improve the quality and impact of services. And we are now and have been since then a statewide coalition of professionals and agencies who are dedicated to providing effective therapeutic services to child victims of abuse, neglect, or other victimization. And so we're certainly very interested in participating with you all to provide the resources and support that are most relevant to you. And your input and participation in that is super helpful as we develop content that will hopefully be useful and valuable to you. So there's a number of ways that you're able to engage with us, and we definitely wanted to take the opportunity today to ask for you to do that. So there are a variety of opportunities through our website, as well as through our newsletter, our social media, and our advisory committees. And I would like to just take a minute and orient to the website. So you can go there yourselves and hopefully complete your member profile. So this is our website for the Coalition for Victims of Child Abuse. And on it, you'll find that there's a place where if you click at the top to log in, if you haven't already created a profile, we'd like to ask you to click register and then to create a profile. And once you've created that profile, then we're able to include your organization in our directory. And that's one of the resources that we are able to provide is a member directory in order to assist you in making referrals to other providers. But in order to include you in our directory, we need to have a completed profile from you. So I wonder if we can get this link into the chat box.
Yes, I can put the link into the chat box, Merit.
Yeah, that would be excellent, because if we could, leave today having as many of those profiles completed as possible. It just takes a few minutes. As I showed, you can just click on the login, click on register, create your profile, then submit it. Once you submit that profile, you'll receive an email back from us that will ask you to activate. And then once you click activate, then that will activate your sort of membership in the forum. Then we'll be able to add you to the directory. Sometimes that email goes accidentally to your spam folder. So if you don't get an auto response after you've submitted your profile, check your spam folder, and then you'll be able to click through to activate that, and then you'll be active in the member forum, and that will be super helpful, and hopefully that'll help us have a more robust directory of providers, and then that will be more useful to you all as you try to make referrals to each other. So definitely wanted to show you that. And then as well, wanted to show you from the home page, if you look under membership, the directory that I'm talking about is there. You can click on that, and that shows you where different coalition members are throughout the state. Once you've completed your profile, we'll be able to include you in this directory. And then as well, from the home page is where you can sign up for our newsletter down here at the bottom. And that's just a couple of fields for that. And then at the very bottom are the links to all of our social media. So if you are interested in following us on Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn, those are all there. And I think we publish a monthly newsletter, and then the social media posts are updated, every few days or so. So those are some ways that you can engage with us. And then also we have some advisory committees, and we'd really love to have you participate with us if that's of interest to you. You can reach out to me. My contact information is at the end of this presentation, my phone number and email. So we have a web development committee that helped to develop the resources on this website, as well as symposium planning committees and an overall advisory committee. And we definitely are interested in having broad representation and participation throughout the state in those committees. So those are some ways that you're able to engage with us. And let's get back to the slide. And speaking of our committees, I wanted to just acknowledge and thank our symposium planning committee. The committee is comprised of Office of Emergency Services subrecipients and also other dedicated professionals from agencies throughout the state. And they worked diligently to ensure that the symposium sessions reflect the priorities and interests of professionals in the field. They also really did a lot of work to help promote the symposium, and they did a terrific job of that. We've had a tremendous response. And they also contributed to identifying the objectives for the sessions, the topics, and also recommending the speakers that were selected. So thank you so much to Rebecca, Denise, Adriana, and Karen for your help in planning the symposium. And I think that brings us to the end of my overview. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Nicole Holm from the Office of Emergency Services, and she'll be making some welcoming remarks. Nicole is the chief of the Children's Unit, and she's been such a wonderful partner to us as we've planned the symposium and also as we've developed other resources and trainings for their subrecipients. So good morning, Nicole.
Good morning. Thank you, Merritt. Good morning and welcome to everybody. It's really exciting to see how many of you have registered for this symposium. And I would like to thank the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Sacramento for putting this on. And I just feel so honored for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. The topic of the symposium, Serving Victims of Child Abuse and Neglect During COVID-19, is obviously very timing and important. It has been a challenging year for everyone, and it has been especially difficult for children who are already facing trauma, which has been exacerbated by the isolation and uncertainty of this pandemic. The stay-at-home orders and social distancing guidelines have further isolated vulnerable children and families and has impacted lives in profound and lasting ways. As reports of child abuse and neglect continue to rise, the ability for service providers to engage families in therapeutic services is critically important. Today's landscape has also required service providers to deliver their services in new and creative ways. As Merritt mentioned, in 2016, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services Victim Services Branch acknowledged the need to support those who provide services to child abuse victims. And we developed a program that provides funding for training, technical assistance, and the development of the Coalition for Victims of Child Abuse, the CVCA. The Child Abuse Prevention Council of Sacramento put together this very important resource, which helps improve the quality and impact of therapeutic services for child victims and their families. They do this by providing statewide leadership, vision, and resources to organizations like yours who are committed to treating and ending abuse in California. I appreciate that Merritt showed us the website, and if you have not already set up a profile for this online resource, I encourage you to do that following today's meeting. The Victim Services Branch of Cal OES funds would not be possible. As you know, children face unimaginable trauma, and you serve countless children by providing innovative services that are both age appropriate and culturally appropriate. The services provided to these vulnerable children today improve their resiliency and long-term healing. The locations and unique challenges of each of your organizations is just as diverse as the population of child victims that you serve. And it is through the CVCA that our subrecipients receive the continued leadership and collaboration that support efforts to engage leadership in the fields of family strengthening, child advocacy, and victim services in order to better serve abused children and their families. And on behalf of Cal OES, I want to thank you for the incredible work that you do. So thank you, and I hope that you enjoyed today's sessions.
Thank you so much, Nicole. We have a few minutes. I don't know if you're open to taking questions. Would you like to take a few questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions or comments for Nicole?
I can't type fast enough, but I just wanted to say, coming from the perspective of adverse childhood experiences and knowing that our Surgeon General is a big advocate for that modality, what measures are being taken through your organization to support that? Because as as it stands for myself as a facilitator, I realize that this is a very impactful time for families that are victims of adverse childhood experiences because of the triggers and because of the time that they're being spent at home with that basically no outside support for, because a lot of times when children are in school, that's like their outlet. If they're living a life of disparity, when they go to school, that's their fun time, that's their recreation, their outlet. And in these situations with COVID, we're finding more and more children are not having that escape from the inevitable. So thank you.
Yes, that is it's a good question. It's a topic that is in the front of everybody's minds. And as you know, there is a lot of concern because children are not going to school. And so there's not as much opportunity for mandated reporters to report incidences of neglect and abuse. So my unit specifically provides funding to various programs, including one directed at schools for bullying and school violence. There's some other programs that we are working on to help identify abuse within school, but right now that is a challenge. And so we've been having conversations with subrecipients to come up with innovative and creative ways to reach out to those children and to be on the lookout for abuse and neglect. In addition to the other programs that we provide through the child advocacy centers and CASAs, those are also other methods for engaging children in services. And then of course, through our child abuse treatment program. And within all of those programs, we do encourage continued training so that they are up to date on topics. And so that's why I say this topic is so incredibly timely and critical. And service providers are fully aware of the need to provide those trauma-informed services. And of course, we encourage that training. As a matter of fact, the Child Abuse Prevention Council has provided previous sessions on trauma-informed care. There's also a program being developed for service providers or anybody who comes into contact with children who have been traumatized by abuse, and that should be rolling out later this year as well. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my name is Martha Armis Kelly, and I'm from Merced County as well as Stanislaus County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate the question. Thank you. All right, well, we are right on schedule. And I did want to just backtrack momentarily to clarify. I wanted to thank my colleague Michael for mentioning that there is a section of our coalition website that's for the Office of Emergency Services subrecipients specifically. So there is a member portal there that is specifically for the OES subrecipients, but we still encourage you all to complete your profile so that you can be included in the directory, please. And with that, I think that brings us to our first presenter. So I'm very pleased to introduce our first featured speaker, Robert Wright, and he will be presenting on creating opportunities for family healing during COVID-19. And Robert is a social worker and clinician in private practice in Nova Scotia with 28 years experience providing direct counseling and assessment services, as well as he's a teacher, a researcher, consultant, and advocate. So we're so pleased to have you here, Robert. Thank you. Please take it away.
Well, thanks for having me. My only disappointment in being with you today is that I am virtually virtually in California, but physically still here in damp and chilly Halifax, Nova Scotia. So I'll have to.
It's pretty damp and chilly
cope with
where
my
I am today too. If that's any consolation.
Okay. So if I can just get access to the screen share, I think that I can't share while you're sharing.
Oh, I can stop
Yeah.
sharing.
Okay, so now I can share. So I've been asked to spend a little time thinking about working with families during COVID, and I just want to touch base and say, is my sound working? Is everything tickety-boo there?
Yes. Yep, I hear you loud and
Okay.
clear. Sounds great. I see your screen.
Excellent. Excellent. So I guess let me get through a couple of slides here, and I'll get to a more interactive point in just a moment. So that's my cover slide, just creating opportunities for family healing during COVID. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the things I think that are important when we're working with families in which there has been child abuse. And I'll certainly be talking a little bit about that for sure. And I also want to talk about that in a COVID-specific environment. Now, I'm encouraging people to kind of be interactive, either by raising your hand or by putting things in a chat window. I think there are staff who are going to be monitoring the chat. So Merritt and others, if you can just say, hey, Robert, there is a question, then I'll just stop and go on. These days, we like to do land acknowledgements when we're presenting. It's part of our kind of continental response to a recognition that Indigenous peoples have been long oppressed and ignored here. So though we meet virtually, we are all in North America located in ancestral territories of one of the many nations of First Peoples who were the original stewards of this land. And here in Nova Scotia, I am in Mi'kma'ki, the home of the Mi'kmaq and the Wolastoqiyik peoples, sometimes called Maliseet peoples. So let's just take a moment to pay respect to First Peoples elders past and present, and even to acknowledge the First Peoples present in our meeting today, and to thank them for their welcome. Right. There is a second part to land recognition, land acknowledgement that I like to make as well. And I think this is as part of as a person of color and as well as a person who lives in close proximity with our First Nations here. And that is that I acknowledge that racism is North America's original sin. And it's at the root of many of the social inequities that exist in our societies today. And so acts of reconciliation and reparation are critical to our collective emancipation and the ability to live peacefully and sustainably on this land. So no doubt there are a number of people who are of First Nations ancestry here who are on the call, and if you feel comfortable doing so, you may just want to say hello in the chat window to be acknowledged and to welcome your colleagues to this space that we share virtually and physically. If you're able to type in your welcome in your original language, that would be so sweet. So who's Robert Wright? Well, I've been already introduced, but I never lose an opportunity to flash this fetching picture of myself. So I'm born and raised here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. I'm currently the executive director of the People's Counseling Clinic. I'm a clinical member of ATSA, which is the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abusers. And I'm formerly the executive director of the Child and Youth Strategy here in Nova Scotia, which was an initiative that that brought all of the services to children, youth, and families in the province of Nova Scotia in a collaborative effort to make those services more seamless across the 5 social departments: health, education, community service, justice, and the like. I also served as the director of a moderately sized child welfare agency here in Nova Scotia. And I'm also, I was the Pride Ambassador in 2018. So not only do I have the great fortune of being a person of African descent, I'm also a queer individual. So I was the Pride Parade Ambassador a couple of years ago, a great honor for sure. So that's just who I am. And I want to thank everybody who's welcoming us in the chat room. Thanks so much for that. I appreciate it. And I always like to start my presentations with this question. What are your questions as we begin? So I'm going to talk a little bit about working with families in which there has been a person who's experienced child abuse. I'm going to talk a little bit about doing that within the context of COVID. I'm going to talk about some of the developmental and familial consequences to abuse. But let's just forget about the fact that I have an agenda for a moment. And let me ask you what your questions are before we begin, because I always say that if I don't answer your questions, I've wasted your time. So just in the chat window, or if you want to raise your hand, people are watching that. If you're in the chat window, I'm watching it right now. And I can follow that as well. So any questions people have?
Hi, this is Michael from the Child Abuse Prevention Center. Martha Armas Kelly asks, how are the children?
Yes, thanks for that. Martha, this is a traditional greeting that she's sending out to all of us, I think. The children here are fine. We are doing all we can to shield them from the ravages of COVID and from the stresses of these particular times. So thank you so much. Any other questions as we begin? I'm going to, there's a little lag, so I'm going to launch into the slideshow. I brought some slides, but I'll say this, that I prefer to kind of interact a little bit. And I know that this might be a little difficult in this Zoom kind of context, but I would encourage you to interrupt me with your comments and questions, and don't worry about bothering me, because I think I can handle you. As Bernie Mac used to say to his audiences, I'm not afraid of you. So just a couple of quick facts. Whenever we're talking about child abuse, of course, all the facts are sad ones. These stats and ideas are taken from nowhere in particular. You've all been familiar with the literature, and so you would know some of this stuff, right? That the idea of stranger danger is really something that we downplay these days. Most child abuse occurs between people who, most child abuse is perpetrated by people who are known to their victims, you know. In a good percentage of those cases, the accused was a family member I think that's a good thing to acknowledge because it means that a significant amount of child abuse that occurs disrupts families, either because the abuser was in the family or the abuser was somehow in the family network, a coach, a teacher, a trusted friend, and the abuse will disrupt the family's sense of the capacity to protect their children. This third item here, I always like to point out specifically, and this is something that I think most people would know as well. Please let me know if it's a new figure to you, but that the average number of victims for the adjudicated sex offenders is 75, which helps us to understand that abusing children tends to be, I guess, a compulsive act. It is rarely, a perpetrator of abuse is rarely abusing incidentally. Right? It's kind of like domestic violence there. If there's an incident, there's more than likely numerous incidents. Another thing that we don't think enough about is the fact that women are perpetrators in a much higher rate of cases than we would expect. We don't have good numbers on that, but I know certainly from my days immersed in the child welfare literature, we had to realize that because in North American culture, women have greater responsibility and care for children than do men, that then women have greater access to children than do men, and are often stressed in their care of children greater than men. And so unfortunately, these tragedies that occur between female caregivers and children is much higher than we would expect.
Robert?
The other thing we should know is that, yes.
We do have a question that came up from Courtney Powell. She wants to know, do you think that women have a higher rate due to stress and postpartum?
Certainly due to stress. I think that if you think about it, if we look at, for example, child poverty statistics, children who are in female-headed households have a greater likelihood of being children who are poor than do children who are children in a sole male-headed household. So when women are the sole caregivers of children, they tend to be in more stressful circumstances than do men. I'm not sure about the postpartum question. Certainly when it comes to neglect, postpartum is always a very large concern for the possibility of neglect in those circumstances. It's interesting, the standard idea of incidence tells us that about 1/3 of females and 1/6 of males will be abused by the time they reach adulthood or at some point in their lives. Recent statistics that I've been looking at have upped those numbers to about half of people who are female and 1/3 of people who are male. And that statistic is purposely binary, because we know that the numbers are extraordinarily even higher for people who identify as non-binary or trans, which is interesting because even people who were AFAB or AMAB, that is assigned female at birth or assigned male at birth, who identify as trans or non-binary later in life, say maybe even in their late teens or early 20s, that those individuals still will have a higher rate of childhood abuse than their binary counterparts. Lots of interesting information there. So I'm not going to digest all of this, just to say that child abuse is rampant in our society, and that it is a public health imperative that we get better at treating those who have been abused and understanding abuse well enough that we can prevent it. And recognizing that when children are abused, they are abused within the context of being cared for by families, that the family systems in which those children experience their abuse needs to be an identified client in our interventions. And I always like to say that we cannot rely on the criminal justice system for all of our sexual assault solutions in our society. So we cannot simply have a carceral approach to addressing child abuse and neglect. This is the reason why, because if we took a look, this is a graphic that I've created to understand graphically how incidences of abuse and neglect show up in our society. So and I always like to say, if you could imagine that the circle, the largest circle represents total assaults. And if I were demonstrating this in the room, I would say, think of that first circle as like a hula hoop. That's our total number of assaults, right? And then we have to think about this, that only about 35% of all assaults are ever disclosed. Now, that's disclosed, not reported. By disclosed, I mean, you know, you might tell your girlfriend that you were abused as a child, or you might tell a parent that you were abused, or you might tell your best friend or your partner later on in life. But a disclosure is not a reporting. So only about 35% are ever disclosed, and only a third of those, or roughly 6%, are formally reported to authorities. Of these that are formally reported to authorities, child welfare or criminal justice, only about a third of those result in charges. And of those that are led to charges, only about a half of those result in convictions, or less than 1% of total offenses. Now, someone asks me if I can share those statistics. The reason there's no citation is because these statistics are taken from a whole different series of studies. So, you know, in terms of what percentage of assaults are disclosed, what percentage of assaults are reported, of those that are reported, and it's different in different jurisdictions, right? So this is a crude a statistical brush. And of course, in this field, all of our statistics, particularly those that have come to us through the criminal justice system, all of our statistics are dubious because you know that these things are so dramatically underreported. Oh, and these statistics that I'm drawing on, these are Canadian statistics. What I would call is Canadian patterns, which are quite analogous to North American patterns, right? But again, these patterns would look radically different in cities versus rural settings. And I'm sure that, that there are jurisdictions that would have better stats and jurisdictions that would have much worse stats. So in this sense, aggregate data, national and international data, is really not useful in helping us understand our local circumstances. I know that, for example, in my background in child welfare, we had differing stats in our differing child welfare jurisdictions because the climates of our child welfare jurisdictions were extremely disparate. So in some locations where child welfare had kind of a punitive disposition towards family, the reporting was much lower than in jurisdictions where child welfare had a more helpful face and disposition. So let me talk for a minute about developmental consequences of abuse. Okay. So without even talking about the details and the nature of abuse, I don't think I wanted to spend a lot of time there. One of the things we need to recognize is that sexual abuse in and of itself is a trauma, and I'll talk about that a little later. Abuse undermines healthy psychosocial development. So in addition to the trauma that is experienced, there is also a developmental disruption that abuse causes. It disrupts emotional and behavioral self-control. It undermines the sense of safety and confidence. It disrupts peer relationships and the sense of peer identity. And sexual abuse can disrupt healthy sexual development and cause sexual behavior problems. And of course, as a trauma, sexual abuse can cause all of those things that we associate with trauma: dissociation, triggers, traumatic reenactment, and the like. Now, I kind of gleaned over that. Are folk familiar with the concept of traumatic reenactment? I guess if I had 3 or 4 no's, I might describe that a little bit more. Okay. Now, so yeah, there are enough no's to warrant a description. So traumatic reenactment, and I'm just going to stop the share. I'll occasionally stop the share when I'm talking, just so that you might be able to see me a little better. So traumatic reenactment is this thing that happens in childhood, particularly in childhood, although not just in childhood, where, well, let me back up. I will talk a little bit more about trauma later, but we need to remember what a trauma is. So a trauma is a critical situation that happens to us, that as we take it in through our senses, our brain is not able to process it either cognitively or affectively. So our brain can't attach thoughts and meaning or feelings to it. And because our brain processes everything that way with thoughts and feelings, a traumatic event which overwhelms our capacity to think and feel is unprocessed. And so our brain will put that over here in a holding area. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Traumatic reenactment happens when we have subconscious impulses to try to figure out our trauma, and those subconscious impulses will drive us to replicate the circumstances of our trauma in an attempt to re-experience it and possibly figure it out, because this unresolved experience is begging our subconscious for a resolution. Right? So if you imagine a child who's been sexually abused may become sexually solicitous in order to try to get their a perpetrator or some other person to abuse them again, so in an attempt to resolve that initial trauma. So traumatic reenactment explains why humans will try to replicate the circumstances that caused us trauma in the first place. Okay? So if you think about that, that is a type of behavioral self-control impairment that can accompany our sexual abuse. This is a good question. Danielle asks, does it make children who have suffered abuse more likely to become abusers themselves? I would say this, the vampire theory of victim perpetrator is a little overblown. I would say, however, that it makes children who have been abused more likely to be abused. The other question there, would that happen even for those who have disclosed and gotten treatment? Well, again, traumatic reenactment is motivated by an unresolved trauma. So if we're able to treat trauma, we can reduce the incidence and the impulse of traumatic reenactments. Yeah, and I notice here, Courtney, in the chat window, it's just like a young child in preschool reenacting an argument between their parents. Absolutely. Or if you see a child who grows up in a chaotic and violent environment and they're playing with their toys, right? And if all of their play with their toys is like this, crash, bang, 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 crash, crash, bang, 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 this is traumatic reenactment, right? This is a child who has all of this chaos and trauma in their brain, who by playing it out is trying to resolve it. You'll forgive my, I don't have a lot of toys at my desk today. Otherwise, yeah, my toothpicks and my Vaseline. So yeah, so that yeah. We often look at children's play. This is one of the reasons why we look at children's play in when we are trying to assess their experience. So there are developmental consequences of abuse. The other thing we should recognize, particularly when we're thinking about families and working with families in which children have been abused, right, is that there are familial consequences of sexual abuse. And not just sexual abuse that is incestuous sexual abuse, but any kind of sexual abuse that is perpetrated on a child can disrupt their ability to be in their families. And then, of course, that disrupts the entire family system. So, sexual abuse and other trauma disrupts attachment. Okay, we'll talk about how and why in a little bit, perhaps. It undermines the sense of safety and confidence in the family's ability to protect. So even if the abuse occurs outside of the family, because the family is a young child's entire universe, the fact that they could come to harm casts doubt on the integrity and the capacity of the family to protect. It disrupts familial relationships and a sense of familial identity. Right? So, if I have been abused as a child, and I no longer think that my family can protect me. And if I have been told by my perpetrator any number of the lies that are told to try to keep me quiet, then when I walk back into my home, I can no longer be a transparent and an emotionally available person to the individuals who are caring for me in that setting for fear of disclosing my secret. Okay. And so when I, as a victim, a child victim, start to disrupt my relationships, one of the principles of family systems theories, of course, is that if you disrupt one aspect of the system, you've disrupted the entire system. So child abuse disrupts the family system. It can also undermine a victim's attachment to family values and culture. Right? Someone asks, I think that someone asks how they can get the presentation. I think the PowerPoint is available online already, and I think the recording is available at some point. Merritt, isn't it?
Yes, Madison put a link to the PowerPoint slides in the chat box, and we are recording it, and we will place the recordings on our website following the symposium.
That's great. And Martha, I'm going to thank you early on for the affirmation. It cheers me on. Thank you so much. So so what this third point about the fourth point about the abuse can undermine attachment to family values and cultures. Just imagine, right, that if I'm a person, if I'm an African Nova Scotian, and I live in my African Nova Scotian home, and most of the adults I know are African Nova Scotians, I probably have a feeling that my home is safe, my people are safe. Brown people are not strange to me, they are like me, and they are safe. And I'm more likely to assume that the stranger is not safe. And so white people might be a little more suspect, not in a pathological way. I'm just saying that I have a sense of safety among me and my people. Well, what happens if my perpetrator is one of my people? And I go off to school and the white people there don't abuse me, but the Black people in my community do. That can actually undermine my attachment to my culture. And I can begin to think that Black is bad and white is better because white people don't abuse me, whereas Black people do. You see? This is a really complicated thing that we need to think about because child sexual abuse can unravel my cultural affiliation. Now you maybe haven't heard that before, but and this is we only have 2 hours today, so we're not going to beat that to death. But it's something to think about because part of our treatment for families and for victims has to be about returning them to health, and part of being returned to health is having our cultural affiliation supported, our cultural identity strengthened. Another concept is, of course, that family places and persons can be triggers, and then going incestual child abuse can set up sides among families. So even when child abuse doesn't happen within the family, if it's a trusted teacher or a friend, someone who has served generations of our children, we can take sides against a child who's made a disclosure. Just a little semantic piece, just for a little semantic nugget. I like to say in the work that I do that children make disclosures. In other words, children say what happened to them as they understand it. Okay? Adults make allegations, right? So when a child discloses, they are usually just telling a story about what happened to them. When we think of an allegation that is made to a child welfare authority or to police or those allegations are constructed and delivered by adults, teachers, parents, social workers, daycare workers, and babysitters, whatever. I think that's an important distinction to make, because as families begin to kind of take sides and become disrupted by the disclosure, we need to take the onus of that disclosure away from the child victim and place the allegation with the adult who hopefully has more resources to be the target of the family displeasure rather than the child victim. I don't know if that makes sense to people, but I always like to talk about that, that children make disclosures, adults make reports and allegations. Right? All right. Thank you, Martha. My sister is just cheering me on. I appreciate that so much, because it's cultural. Now I'm going to shift a little bit and get a little contenty, if that is a word. So there, in this presentation, I just wanted to think that there are 3 approaches to family support. So there has been child sexual abuse. It has disrupted that child's development. It has disrupted the family system. And we want to provide support to that child by supporting the family system. This is critical in all cases of child abuse. Right? Let me be clear about that. When we say that a child has made a disclosure, that disclosure has been communicated into systems as an allegation, right? If our response is to provide treatment to the child, then what we're saying is what is broken here is the child. And what we're saying is that the solution for this problem is to focus on the child as the identified client or patient in this case of child sexual abuse. Right? Well, that has the effect of making the child victim the problem, at the same time that it gives amnesty to all of the other family players and makes them simply spectators of the dynamic that is occurring between the child victim and their perpetrator and whatever the system is doing. And that is wrong in 100% of the cases of child sexual abuse that we deal with. Now, are you hearing me? Right? That is 100% wrong in 100% of the cases of child sexual abuse that we deal with. Okay? So I don't really need to get into, well, how do you treat a child who's been sexually abused? And we've all done that. We know how to treat a child, whether they're an infant or whether they're a toddler or whether they're early school age kid. We know the clinical things that we can do to support children. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't provide those things. But I come from a school that says that all children's therapy must be family therapy, right? Because children do not live within the context of a relationship with a therapist. They live within the context of relationships with their family, and it is that milieu in which they will heal, right? Because even if I'm seeing a child twice a week for an hour and a half, that's 3 hours a week of intensive therapy. And I'm a good therapist, but I'm not that good, my friends. That if that child's primary attachment figures are detaching from them because of the specter of this sexual abuse that occurred in that family, that my 3 hours will be pointless. Okay, so let's think about let's think about how do we then support families in which there has been child sexual abuse? Well, there are 3 things that we can do. There's psychoeducation. Families need to understand the consequences their child suffers as a result of abuse. And they need to understand family systems theory and what their family has experienced as a result of sexual abuse. Okay? There needs to be support for what we call in the attachment land interactive repair. Okay? So interactive repair, and just out of interest, are people familiar with the concept of interactive repair? Again, 3 or 4 no's, and I'll go into this a little deeper than otherwise. So yeah, a couple of no's. Thank you, folk, for your brave no's. I know how difficult it is to own up. Yeah, okay, so interactive repair. Again, I'll talk about attachment in a little bit, but the long and short of interactive repair is this, that when it comes to attachment, all of us will at times fail our children by not being consistent in providing for their needs. And so our children will experience attachment disruptions caused by our failures. Right? Children will also experience attachment disruptions when their development is interfered with by an external trauma, like we've been talking about. Parents and family members need to understand that the greatest healing will come to their child victim, whether that is a sibling or a niece or a nephew, through the healing attachment efforts of their loved ones, right? And so we need to support families to engage in attachment behavior with their child victim family member, recognizing that that attachment behavior, that attachment intentional attachment motivated behavior will be the healing that the child needs. So it's about recreating opportunities to perform roles that promote healthy attachment development, even when the child may be out of that developmental stage where certain kinds of attachment behavior are usual. So for example, we will allow children to crawl up in our laps and we will rock them to sleep when they're infants, when they're toddlers, maybe even when they're early school age. Right? Children will start to separate from that kind of attachment behavior, and parents will even allow it to be to wane when the children get to be 8 or 9. But if your child victim is an 8 or 9-year-old, that child victim may benefit from being rocked to sleep occasionally by a loving caregiver. Someone's asking a question about reactive attachment disorder. That's a really good question. Bryn Barton, that is such a good question. You get a gold star, but I'm not sure if I can answer it in this moment. So I'm going to put reactive attachment on a sheet. I've got a list. I've got a running list here, folks. And if I can come back to reactive attachment disorder, I will. But it's a fantastic question. I'm loving this. I hope that just a way of checking in here, folks, and just keep us all engaged. If there have been some people who've been really good at this, but if this material is connecting with you and this model, even though it might not be ideal, it is working for you, can you just let me know? You could type in yes, yes, put a couple of exclamation points there, put an emoji, a thumbs up, raise a hand, do something to let me know that you're out there and I'm not all alone. Well, thank you so much. This is so great. It might be cultural, but you know, I was raised in a Black gospel tradition, and I used to sing in a white Presbyterian choir, and the responses when I was singing solos were very different in those two different settings, my friends. So I guess I need a little bit of affirmation from time to time. So thank you so much. That's great. I've got my little chat window out there, and it's cheering me on. Thank you so much, folks. So we need to kind of support parents in their efforts of interactive repair, and that might need a little bit of brainstorming about how can you engage in attachment supportive behavior with an 11-year-old, for example. It does speak a little bit to the reactive attachment question, but I'll let that germinate a little bit more. So psychoeducation, really important. Support for interactive repair, really important. Family reintegration therapy. Family reintegration therapy is something that we all should understand because we all do it, whether we do it well or not. And that is simply helping a family come back together after a trauma like a child incidents or reports or disclosures of child sexual abuse have disrupted the family unit. So if it's true that child sexual abuse disrupts families, then someone needs to engage in the work of helping the family weave back together. That is family reintegration therapy. So abuse often disrupts families, especially when the abuser is in the family, and reintegration therapy supports reestablishing the broken relationships. Okay. So I'm going to go to the next spot Martha, thank you so much for your contributions there. So, a couple of special COVID-19 considerations. We are all thinking about how does this work in this COVID land? Well, today's workshop is an example of that, right? We're trying to replicate the richness of the learning that we're used to receiving when we are in seminars and workshops together, but we're using this technology to facilitate it. Right? I hope you can tell that I'm trying as best I can to replicate being with you, despite the fact that we're distant by virtue of COVID. Now, the good news is that because of COVID, we've learned how to use Zoom well enough that this little guy here from Halifax, Nova Scotia can be with you in California without changing my entire day, let alone carving out an entire week to be with you. So there's something good about what we're learning in terms of connecting during COVID, right? So we have to, when we help families during this period of time, we need to think about how has COVID affected this family in which there's been this disclosure, and how can we help to mitigate, right? So a couple of things. We need to acknowledge that this time is stressful for families. Right? Families may be isolated from their natural supports during COVID. So, for example, in large extended family groups where children were used to having multiple caregivers, if one of those or a couple of those multiple caregivers were elders within the extended family, which is true particularly for rural, poor, and ethnic persons, right? COVID may have significantly shrunk their circles, right? Particularly if we have immunocompromised grandmas and elders in that cycle. So families may be isolated from their natural supports. Families may be trapped also in close proximity with antagonists. Right? So one of the things I loved about being in a large extended family where my grandfather lived in that direction, my grandmother lived in that direction, and I had, my half brother's family lived in that direction. And so I had multiple families that I could go to, is that when the people in my household were pissing me off, I had a place to go. And I wasn't at risk in those other places. I didn't even have to let people know where I was, because if I wasn't eating in my mother's house, it was assumed I was sitting at another table that was within a 2 or 3 block radius. And of course, I'm old. So back in those days, even in a city, you didn't have to worry if your kid didn't come home at mealtime. It was just naturally assumed, oh, he must be at granddad's or grandma's or at Aunt Rosie's or whatever, right? But COVID has significantly shrunk our access to those people, and we may be trapped in close proximity with people who are antagonistic to us. And think about that in terms of being the child victim who is stripped of their natural support systems and is living in a household with people who may not believe their disclosure. And imagine how challenging that would be if there is no way. Right? Counseling supports may be delivered virtually. And one of the things that we talk about, I'm not quite sure who it was. I can never remember if it was Mnuchin or Winnicott. But someone said that part of the goal of the therapist is to be a good enough mother. Right? I can never remember, was it Winnicott, was it Mnuchin? Every once in a while I look it up. But it's hard to be a good enough mother virtually. when I worked with children, and I used to do a lot of clinical work with children, I would sometimes do a little thing like walk them to the bathroom. And I would take the child by the hand and walk them down the hallway in my office so they could go to the bathroom. And that simple gesture of touch and care and protection was a parental gesture, an attachment gesture, a caring and an appropriate adult gesture. I can't do that virtually. Yeah. Right. Thank you, Susan. The Winnicott. I knew it was either Winnicott or Minution. So counseling and supports may be delivered virtually, and that might be more challenging for children. You might have to develop faux attachment rituals to signify closeness. Right? I think that there's the opportunity for transitional objects that we might be able to use. Right. So one of the things I used to do with clients is I used to write letters to them. If I were doing long distance therapy with a person years ago, before it was really chic to do so, I would write my clients letters after our sessions, just on a little note card. No big long letters. I keep a desk full of different types of note cards, as you can imagine, just all different kinds of things, like, and I would just pick up a note and dash off a couple of lines that said, hey, great session. You're so brave. Keep working hard, and put it in an envelope, address it, put a stamp on it. And that would be a substitute for a pat on the head or even a hug. One of the upsides of this COVID learning, though, is that virtual interventions give us the opportunity to engage distant family members like we never have before. Right? So if we're dealing with a family system that has been disrupted by childhood sexual abuse, and we would like to have granddad in a session, but granddad lives on the other side of the state. In the old days, we'd say, oh, well, I guess we can't have granddad in the session. These days, we can say, does granddad have an email address? Let me get granddad on the phone. If he has an iPhone, we can have him in the next session. Right? And so there are some upsides to doing this work virtually. Merritt, I'm just going to check in as far as timing is concerned. It's I think I've been at it for about an hour. I have another hour to go. Am I right?
Yes, you do.
Okay, very good. Let me carry on here. I think I'm on track.
I agree.
This is what's that?
I
You're
said
agreeing with me?
agreed.
Oh, good. Okay, very
Absolutely.
good, very good. Thanks. Thanks for that. So this is a slide that I've kind of adjusted for today. I've been doing a lot of how do you stay sane during COVID sessions with staff groups and professionals and even my own supervision group and the like. And these are just some points. So I think that part of what we need to do in all of our work with all of our families and with all of our clients is, in addition to addressing the substantial issue of child abuse, we also have to coach people for COVID mental health strategies. And these are just a few of the ones that I've suggested to people. Acknowledge and experience this as stressful. I think it's really important that we do recognize that this is stressful and that that's real, So every time I check in with people, I acknowledge the stressful nature of living in these times. And unfortunately, we've been living in these times for so long that we are forgetting that this is strange and unusual. But I'm going to tell you something. Our heart rate, our cortisol levels, our the muscle tissue in our hearts, our arteries aren't forgetting that these are strange and unusual times. And all you need to do to recognize that you are in a heightened state is to take 10 minutes, relax, breathe, and listen to your body. And you'll say, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that I've been living in a perpetually heightened state. Right? So even though this has become our new normal, I think there are going to be serious physiological consequences to all of us for living in this state for prolonged periods of time. So just acknowledging that things are stressful can give people a sense of normalcy and a sense of being heard and a sense of being not being alien or strange. I encourage people to take breaks from consuming media. I will confess that I have not listened to the news on television or radio, breaking news, since the summer of 2016. And not to get too overblown about it, but in Canada, we get so much American media that in the summer of 2016, just remember what was happening in your media and understand that I shut it all down then. And I now listen to my news in very carefully curated podcasts that are news magazine type digests of news. So I don't digest any breaking news now. I figure if someone dies, my mother will let me know. And if my house is on fire, I'll hear the fire, the smoke detector. So beyond that, I can deal with my news in carefully curated end of the week digests by intelligent reporters. So make time to unwind, connect with others. The other thing that I say to people is that although we have to be COVID responsible, I don't think any public health officer is really encouraging you to ruin your mental health by going extended periods of time without a physical hug. So be responsible, but get the social and the physical connection that you need to maintain your wellness. Here in Canada, Dr. Tam, our Chief Public Health Officer in Canada, was even encouraging people who don't have long-term partners, but who might be single and sexually active, that it's okay to have sex with a mask on. So I offer that to you. I offer that to you. So, and then the last thing I say, to connect with faith, belief, and things of meaning. So you can encourage families to do these things to maintain their wellness during this period of time. So I did talk about how trauma can disrupt natural development. And so now I've got a couple of slides to talk about psychosocial development. So if we think about it, if it's true that child abuse disrupts development, then we have to remember what are the stages of that development and how does abuse disrupt it, right? And I'm a bit of an Ericksonian, so I use the Erikson model of psychosocial development to explain how we grow and change over time. But if people aren't familiar with Erickson, I'll go a little deeper in it. So again, if I have 5 or 6 no's, I'll do a little deeper dive, but otherwise, I'll just give you the brief overview. So folks, just let me know. I think that most people on the call would be familiar with a model of psychosocial development. I just happen to be an Ericksonian. So basically, in the absence of no's, Erickson says that we grow in steps and stages, and that all of the stages are cumulative. So much like learning math, you have to learn to add and subtract before you can multiply and divide. You need to be able to multiply and divide before you're able to do algebra. You need to be able to do algebra before you can do calculus, and on and on and on, right? So, so we grow in steps and stages, and in each stage, there's a range of developmental tasks that we achieve, but there is in each stage a central critical element of development that we must achieve in order to grow in a healthy way. In infancy, it's all about attachment. So Erickson calls that trust. In toddlerhood, it's about self-control. Erickson calls that autonomy. Autonomy or self-control over our emotions and over our even bodies, fine and gross motor control, the ability to walk and such, and on and on and on, right? The interesting thing is that this model says that if the core element isn't positively resolved, then the what will resolve is the a negative ego quality. So if we don't learn to trust in infancy, then we will live with mistrust. If we don't learn self-control, we will live with shame and doubt, and on and on. So when I say that psychoeducation is an important part of helping families, I provide families with an understanding of healthy development. And by diagnosing where the disruptions in development have been caused by sexual abuse, I'm then able to target the kind of interactive repair that would be most helpful. So here are just critical elements of psychosocial development in adult relationships. I'm not going to talk too much about this. There is one element that I want to talk here about, and that is that our understanding of the stages and the processes are described within a majority social construct and require some adjusting for queer folk, people of color, people who are non-monogamous, and others, right? So just realize that when we're dealing with Erickson, as much of an Ericksonian as I am, I always have to tweak and adjust that for my queer folks and for my people of color and indigenous folk. And if you're a skilled clinician, that shouldn't be too much of a challenge. So this is just a large chart that gives greater detail on those developmental stages. This is a chart that I constructed out of a text that has been my Erickson text, psychosocial development. It's the Newman and Newman text, if people know it, Development Through Life, a Psychosocial Approach. I think it might be in its 9th or 10th edition or something like that. But I've adjusted their work, and this is the chart that I've created, usually reproduced in 11 by 17s and posted on my wall, so that when I'm working with parents, I can actually show them, what are the different developmental tasks at each stage, and what is the central crisis, and how is that process worked out. So again, teaching about psychosocial development to me is a large part of the way in which I support families. interactive repair again, repair of developmental and relational deficits accomplished through parent-child interactions, interactions that replicate those that support early healthy psychosocial development can be reparative. Okay, so that's kind of, so I will do that as kind of psychoed, and then I talk about interactive repair and do parenting coaching, right? And these, now I've got a couple of slides that help you to understand how you might coach. So, for example, if there is a disruption in trust, or as Bowlby would call it, attachment, you have to teach how attachment is supposed to develop in early infancy. And so you teach this, and then once you've taught it, then you can brainstorm an interactive reparative parenting strategy that can help to heal the attachment. All right. So if people aren't familiar with how attachment develops, I'll go through this slide. Otherwise, that's the slide and I'll move on. Would you like me to talk more about attachment? Maybe I need a yes. Yes for more attachment. If not, I'm just going to carry on. Okay, yeah, people, okay. So I can talk a little bit about attachment. Next to Erickson, Bowlby is my favorite guy anyway. So essentially, let me just scoot up in my slides a little bit. So what we're saying is that in infancy, the thing that Erickson calls trust and Bowlby calls attachment occurs when we go round and round in a cycle with our kids in a cycle of behavior. It's interactive, right? And as we go around and round and round in that cycle, we develop greater and deeper trust until we achieve that goal. And then that cycle will propel us to the next level of development, in which there is a different cycle of interaction that helps us to develop the next core issue. You see that? So we go through a cycle that helps us develop trust, and that launches us up into the next level of development, and we go through a different cycle and process that helps us to develop autonomy, and on and on. So if that is true, right, then when we get down here to understanding what attachment is, we need to say, okay, so this is how attachment develops in infancy. The child has a need. The child expresses the need. The child has their needs satisfied, usually by the external intervention of a parent, right? I'm doing that with my mouse, so drawing with a bar of soap, excuse me. And then the child experiences what we call quiescence, right? Now, if you realize that, I see that quiescence has that first root as the same word as quiet, right? But quiescence is more than just quieting down, right? Quiescence is more than that. But I'll get to that in a minute. So what we end up experiencing then is that the child goes like this. It goes like this. I'm hungry. I cry. You feed me. I'm quiet, right? That is one round of the attachment cycle. I'm dirty. I cry. You change me. I'm quiet. So that's a second round of the attachment cycle, right? I'm tired. I cry. You coo me to sleep. I'm quiet, right? I'm hungry. I cry. You feed me. I'm quiet. I'm dirty. I cry. You feed me. I'm quiet. I'm tired. I cry. You put me to bed. I'm quiet. I'm lonely. I cry. you play with me, I'm quiet. So this cycle happens about 40 times a day in the life of a typical infant. And if you're a typical parent, it's why you're completely exhausted by 6 p.m. Right? But that is the cycle by which attachment builds. And it is a 4-point cycle, and every point in the cycle is necessary for the cycle to build a sense of trust, a sense of security, a sense of attachment, and dare I say that 4-letter word, this sense of love. Not only that love exists between you and I, but the sense of a child being lovable, right? So a child will develop a sense that they are lovable because they have been loved consistently through this cycle. Right? Now, to understand the power of this, we need to understand that the resulting quiescence that children experience is not just quieting down, because quiescence is an involuntary, neurological, psychological, emotional, and biological response to having their needs met. Involuntary. Okay? Now, it's at this point, if you were in the room with me, that I would do this piece of theater to great effect. I'm still going to do the piece of theater, but forgive me if it doesn't translate as well during Zoom. Okay? Forgive me, but here's my attempt. To understand quiescence, we need to understand that babies don't just quiet down when they are having their needs met. And here's the thing, if you've ever fed a crying baby, the baby starts out like this. Wah, 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 wah. Like, you know, arms flailing, face contorted, clear distress from top of the head to the soles of the feet. The baby is doing this, right? Right? Wah, 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 wah. And then, you know, if you're a breastfeeding mother, God bless you, and it's a lot easier. You just have to hoist up your shirt. But if you're not, if you're a guy like me, you have to do that one-handed bottle prep while you're trying to satisfy this crying baby in the other arm while it's doing this, and you're doing this, trying to get a bottle, and then you stick the bottle in the child's mouth, and does the baby get quiet? No. They go through a process of settling that looks like this. Now, forgive the piece of theater that may not translate well over Zoom. Okay. But you need you need to understand that the baby is having an involuntary neurological, psychological, emotional, and biological response to having its needs met. And the baby, if you're holding it, you can feel the tremor that runs through the body of the baby when it is convinced in its whole biology, its whole physiology, its whole psychology, that its needs are being met by a loving caregiver. And the baby goes, oh, yeah. That is neurological programming at its finest. And it's why the relationship between primary caregiver in infancy and baby is one of the strongest, perhaps the strongest relationship that we will make in this life. The bond between infant and caregiver. Now, what is the second most powerful relationship and bond that we will make in life? Anybody? I'm checking the chat. With a mate. Danielle, I think we're all grown here. Let me ask you the question. Why is the second most powerful relationship or attachment that we make, why is it with our mates? This is a question for Danielle, friends. Because humans are meant to be bonded. Yes, this is true, Danielle. I did say that we're all grown here. You can, how do we bond with our mates? Sexual healing. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being grown with me, Danielle, right? Think about it. In what other cycle in our lives do we have needs, express needs, and have our needs met and experience that level of neurological involuntary response? In infancy and in sexual intimacy, we experience that. That's why when the baby does that thing, you know what I call that? I call it the baby O. Because the baby is having an involuntary response to having its need met. It is the baby orgasm. Okay? And the other relationship in which we experience, if we're doing it right, shared orgasmic experience with a human being with whom we are in close physical proximity is in sexual relationships. Okay? So those are the two most powerful relationships that we'll experience. Now, it also helps us to understand why sexual abuse is one of the most developmentally damaging forms of abuse that can occur to human beings. Right? Right. It disrupts this whole cycle. Right? It disrupts the whole cycle. Now, I have some other slides here, and I don't want to run out of time, so I'm going to press on, but I'm glad to have paused here at attachment, because attachment is at the root of all human development, and I think to really understand this is important for us. To help parents understand this is really important, because child sexual abuse disrupts this. Think about it, right? If you think about it, what are the elements, the core elements of attachment? Trust, security, love, attachment. Child sexual abuse disrupts our ability to trust, disrupts our sense of security, disrupts our attachment to the caregivers who were unable to protect us, or in even more tragic circumstances, were our perpetrators. And it disrupts our sense of loveliness or lovability, right? So, and then it forces us into secrecy. So our ability to express our needs and have them met is further frustrated in our development. Anyway, there is a second stage. I've made it kind of a life work to go through Erickson and develop a better understanding of the cycles that we go through in order to develop each of these stages. I have an understanding of a model of how we develop autonomy as well that I'm not going to go into today just because of time. If time permits, I may come back to this, but you know, if someone, you know, if you have access to the slides, if someone as we get to the end of our presentation today. If you want to drag me back to the slide, I'm happy to come back. So then there's this whole piece of trauma and healing, and I'm only going to give you the 2-minute tour of trauma just to give you an understanding of how trauma works. And again, and the only reason I'm doing this, not because I don't think you understand trauma, but because you need a model that you can help teach parents and families. So this is the way I usually talk about trauma. I always say that trauma, again, if you'll bear with me, I usually draw this in real time. So if you don't know what that is, it's okay. You'll know once I put a face around it. And again, bear with me, I'm drawing with the bar of soap that is my mouse, right? So this, of course, is the human brain. Right? And what I say is, if we understand how trauma works, then we understand, if we understand how the brain works, we understand how trauma works. So basically, trauma, the brain works like this. Something happens outside of us. We take it in through our senses that are represented here. Whoops, our 5 senses, right? Sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. And then as we take these senses in, as we take this experience in through our senses, we process it in 2 parts of the brain. And not to be too technical here, but there are 2 major centers of the brain where we process things. One is in the thinking place and one is in the feeling place. Right? Now, I've avoided technical neurological lingo because I'm not teaching that to parents. I'm saying that stuff comes in through our senses, we think about it, we feel about it, and then when our brain is working well, we file it away. So I put a little filing cabinet up here. I usually, put it there like that. I make it 3-dimensional just so people know it's a filing cabinet. Boom. All right. So that's how the brain works. So if we track the path of stuff, something happens, we take it in through our senses, we think about it, we feel about it, and then we file it away. And then in this space, this is the repository of memory, and it becomes the seat of personality. Okay, so that's memory and personality. Okay, that's just our congregate experiences. And I usually would say to people, look, just think about chairs. Let's start thinking and talking about chairs. And everybody within the hearing of my voice has memories about chairs and feelings about chairs. You might think you don't, but the more I talk about it, the more you'll realize there's house and it reminded you of this or that, or there's that chair that you bought with your first paycheck that you used to read in, or there's that chair that you used to rock your kids in. You have memories, thoughts, and feelings about chairs. Fine. That's the way things are supposed to work. Right? Now, if we understand that, then we can understand how trauma works. So trauma is something that happens outside of us that, because it is so painful or threatening or bizarre, as we take it in through our senses, it overwhelms our ability to think and it overwhelms our ability to feel. And because we don't have thought, cognitive, or affective labels for the thing, we don't have any awareness, we don't have any way of processing or filing it away, the brain is in a tilt kind of scenario. And the brain does not like to be in a tilt scenario. So we can only stay in that state of being overwhelmed by a critical incident that our brain can't process We can only stay in that state under 72 hours. And eventually what the brain will do is the brain will put that experience away in a junk drawer in the brain. Right? Right. Now, this is a metaphor for trauma, of course, and I'm skipping all the complicated neurology, but basically that's what happens, and that's what trauma is. Right? And I teach people this. And I tell them that trauma is time trippy, because if you think about the moment of a trauma, there are the moments before the trauma, T-1, T-2, T-3, and so on, and the moments after the trauma, T+1, T+2, T+3, T+4, and so on. And often when we've experienced a trauma, the brain, like a very cautious cancer surgeon, will say, well, you know what? Robert can't handle this experience. I'm just going to take this right out of his office plate. I'm just going to put that right in the junk drawer there so Robert doesn't have to deal with it. And I say it's for that reason that sometimes our biggest traumas aren't accessible to us in a clear memory form, right? And that's why people will tell stories about their car accident like this. I was driving down the road and the car started to fishtail, and the next thing I know, I was in an ambulance headed to town. They don't have a working, clear memory of the car flipping over, landing in the ditch, the fire department coming, the jaws of life. They don't have a clear memory of that. They remember the car fishtailing. They remember the ambulance ride, right? Now, how do we know that that memory isn't completely gone? We know because sometimes we'll see flashes of it in our dreams. We know it's not completely gone because the next time I'm traveling down that road on a rainy day, my chest starts to tighten, and I might even have a panic attack and have to pull over. Just why? Because I'm seeing the things that are reminding me of that trauma, and the sight of those things is triggering my trauma, and the sense of emotional overwhelmingness that I experienced during my trauma comes out in that moment. Right? And so the site of my accident site, the SIGHT of my accident SITE, can be a trigger to me re-experiencing my trauma. Right? Right? What if my car fishtails? Well, the feeling of my trauma, a reminiscent feeling, can be a trigger and reactivate my trauma. You see what I'm saying there? So Martha says that smells can trigger. Smells can be some of the most powerful triggers, but any of our five senses can trigger can trigger our trauma. And because trauma is time trippy, right? When we are triggered, we are not triggered to remember our trauma. We are triggered to re-experience our trauma. And we re-experience our trauma in the calcified way that trauma is resident in our junk drawer. So
Hi,
with
Robert.
the same intensity, yes?
I just wanted to add to that because when I was very small, I think I was like 6 or 7 months, one of my nieces tried to smother me, you know. And one of the things that I relate to in the classroom, because people say, well, how does that affect you? I mean, does it happen before you're born? Does it happen after? And I tell them, I said, it's so interesting that you bring that up. I'll give you an example of how I know that trauma exists. I said, when I was 6 months, this happened to me. And now for that reason, I didn't understand that relationship. But when people try to get too close to me, or I feel like I'm being grappled or held down, I freak out, you know, and I didn't understand what that was. And years later, my mom says, "Oh yeah, that happened to you. You know, did you know that this happened?" And I kind of looked at my mother and I thought, well, that would have been interesting to know why I have this feeling of overwhelmed anxiety to get away when something like this happens. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Martha. That's great. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? When something that happens to us in real time that is reminiscent of our trauma, it activates our trauma, and then we re-experience the trauma, right? And that can be, you know, we do all kinds of work to try to understand this stuff. And I'll be honest with you, we're only beginning to understand how deep trauma can be and how early trauma can set in, right? But anyway, that's how trauma works. So the other thing about trauma, I always say this, that trauma can be time tripping. So I'll just say this, trauma is time tripping. Because not only will we re-experience the trauma just as it was, we re-experience the trauma just as we were developmentally when the trauma occurred. So if the trauma happened to me when I was 7 years old, and it's triggered when I'm 37 years old, in the moment of my re-experiencing the trauma, I am 7, right? Which goes a long way to helping explain regressive behavior in trauma victims. Okay. Now I'm going to get off of this. I hope that's useful. But I'm going to go on to the next slide. I think I'm going to go on to the next slide. He says it, but it's not happening. Why is that? Oh, because I'm doing the annotations. I've got to just stop the annotations. There we go. So again, this is my little healing from child abuse cycle, something that I developed. I've been working in a treatment group for male identified victims of sexual abuse for the last 11 years, and I developed a way of understanding how we heal from trauma. I'm not going to go through the whole cycle with you just now. That would be probably another workshop. But this is my attempt to do for trauma what Kubler-Ross did for grief among us, right? And that is to help us to understand a systematic way that we recover from grief by understanding its stages. I've kind of tried to develop a model. This is not truth, mind you. This is a model for understanding how we heal from trauma. Okay. Perhaps invite me back and I can deconstruct this for you at greater length. The mom's work is talking about a daughter was molested at age 7 and went to therapy for years and was fine until her daughter turned 7, and then her trauma was re-triggered. This is a very, very common experience that individuals can often be triggered by their children when their children reach the age at which they were abused. This is such a common experience that we should be teaching this to all of our clients, our adult clients who've experienced childhood trauma, not just sexual abuse, but childhood trauma, to listen to their bodies and for them to expect that as their children mature, their children will trigger their latent traumas. We should make this normal for parents, because when parents find that their kids are passing through a period of time that is extremely challenging for them, they might even say, I don't like my kid. They will translate that into their being bad parents rather than them understanding that they are simply being triggered by their trauma, by their child, who often not only is their same age, but might even be physically similar to them when they were that age. So that's something that is so common. It should be in the lexicon, like it should be in the Bible that we use. Yeah. So there you have it. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Bryn. That's so true. Yeah. So so then I'm just going to talk a little bit about family reintegration strategies, and then I'm going to stop and just we'll brainstorm a little bit, and then there is kind of a case study we might get to, but I think I'm going to skip over the case study and go right to Q&A. So family reunification strategies. When I do family reunification work, I usually try to draw the family circle wide. Who are the people you grew up with? Who is around? Okay, there's mom, dad, they're your siblings, yes, of course, but were grandparents around, were cousins around? Who are the people who knew you through that period of time? And I try to draw the family circle wide. I try to articulate well the family goal, because many people in the family system will say, well, why am I doing this? I wasn't abused, right? I say, and so we talk about, how abuse affects family systems and how we're drawing this circle wide because we want to help the whole system heal. Here's an interesting thing. I don't focus on the victim when I'm doing family reintegration work. Again, because it's not the victim that's broken, it's the family system that's broken, right? And so I will often have a contract with the victim, if the victim is old enough to contract with. Well, I say this, so I will say, even to a very young child, look, I'm doing some work with your family, not because of how this abuse affected you, but the abuse affected the whole family. And so the family is as hurt as you are. So I'm going to start talking to your family about what happened in the family. The abuse that happened to you, yes, but I'm going to be talking about how that affected the whole family and what their role is and how they need to heal. And so if you ever want to share with me how you're feeling or what you need, feel free to tell me that. But I'm not going to be checking my every move with you. I'm not going to be, being governed by governed in all of my interactions with the family members by you, right? So I'm not going to go to a 7-year-old and say, do you think it's okay for me to speak to Uncle Charlie about what happened in your family when you were 4? I'm not going to put that on a 7-year-old. As a clinician, I'm going to say, I think it's really important for Uncle Charlie to be in this conversation. And so between now and the next session, I'm going to send an email to Uncle Charlie and tell him about the work we're trying to do and invite him to the next session. And not only is the child victim welcome to attend or not attend at certain portions of the session, but everybody can choose to be or not be present. So, and you help individuals identify their needs. What do you need to get out of this? What role did you play in the abuse? What role do you play in the family now? What role do you play in the family that you'd like to get rid of? What role do you not play that you'd like to adopt? Right? So this is really looking at the family system. I like to model talking frankly about abuse without use of euphemisms. So I prepared a document, a case plan for a family, and I was using the word sibling incest sexual abuse throughout the document. And members of the family came back to me after I sent them the documents. Woo, that's kind of harsh. Isn't that kind of harsh? And I said, is it harsher in the saying than in the doing? And really just challenging the family. Okay, if this language is too harsh for you to carry, and your sibling, cousin, child has been carrying the victimization of that, do you think it's fair for me to ask you to carry the harshness of this language if they've carried the harshness of what happened to them? That usually quiets people down. As the family gets well, the environment of healing for the child victim is improved. So those are just things that we need to recognize. Right? So I'm going to stop there because we have a few more minutes. And don't worry, I've got more slides so that if this interaction piece doesn't work so well, I've got a fallback plan. But I want to stop there and maybe go right to Q&A and comments. Whoops, look at that slide. Let's do this. Boom, there we go. Q&A and comments. And feel free to type in the chat window, or did we teach people how to raise their hands? Madison, did we do that?
Yes. It's going to be at the bottom of your bar.
Yeah. So if you go to raise your hand, then you might be able to unmute your microphone and ask your question. That might be more effective right now. All right. People are thanking me. I'm not done yet. Just hold your applause. Yeah. Anybody with a question? Okay. Bryn is back with their question about reactive attachment. I will come to it, but let me take something a little easier. Ideas on teaching how to recognize in the body when trauma is happening. Funny enough, that's an easier question, right? One of the things that I like to say is that if you think about that graphic that I shared, where there's a big trauma, but that trauma can be triggered later on. What I like to say is this: when we are behaving or sensing or experiencing something that is disproportionate to the instigating event in real time, we can almost be certain that we're dealing with a trauma. So for example, if you step on my toe and I want to murder you, my response to having you step on my toe is disproportionate to you stepping on my toe. So your stepping on my toe was not the real event. It was just the trigger to what I'm the thing I'm responding to, right? So I always say, when our response is exaggerated or disproportionate, we can know that we are having a trauma response. So that's one thing. And another thing, What are some strategies you utilize to help parents of sexual abuse survivors deal with their parental guilt? That's a really great question. One of the things that I do is I don't dismiss parental guilt. I legitimize it, right? Right? Because sometimes what we do, and it's very difficult to, if what we are trying to do is to help parents kind of absolve themselves of guilt, that absolution can be very difficult. But if we help parents more accurately understand what their role was in the abuse that occurred to their children, right? Then we can help them with their guilt by helping them heal the thing that they were responsible for, right? So rather than give them a blanket absolution, I help them to understand within the context of family systems theory and within the context of understanding how certain developmental deficits make children vulnerable for abuse, and how we contribute to constructing societies and relationships that can be the context in which our children are abused. I can help parents understand their real responsibility and then lead them through a process of reconciliation and reintegration to help heal that. Does that make sense? I think it was Tanya who asked that question. Tanya, does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Another question. Yeah, so that again, tips to decrease parental shame and guilt. Yeah. Again, I legitimize parental guilt. Oh, this is a good question. What was my most successful aha moment working with families in trauma? Let me think a little bit about that. My most successful moment. Boy, I've had a lot of them. I'd have to think about that a little bit. Strategies, ideas to help victims and families to identify, recognize, and process trauma. I'm just going to go to that one. The person who's dialed in has asked that question. I'm just going to go up to the cycle for healing from trauma for a minute. Because for me, healing from trauma begins when we recognize that we are experiencing pain and distress that comes from our past experiences. I call this pain and distress dis-ease, right? So our lives are tripping along. We might have a sense of ennui, or we might have a deeper sense of unwellness, or what's basically happening is our coping strategies for keeping all that trauma crap in the junk drawer shut down start to fail over time, and it starts to bubble up, right? And then I start to tell people, well, as that starts to bubble up, this is the cycle that we need to go through to begin to heal from that trauma. First of all, we have to connect the feeling of dis-ease with our history of trauma, right? So and that means we actually have to have a self-awareness of our abuse. Men particularly are experts at minimizing sexual abuse, right? Oh, no, when I was 11, I had this smoking hot 16-year-old babysitter, and boy, she taught me everything I know about sex, and that was great. My alcohol problem? No, not completely unrelated. The fact that my life is coming apart at the seams and I'm losing my job and lost my last 3 partners, completely unrelated. Well, you need to start to connect your lack of coping with the fact that this abuse happened. And once a person makes that connection, I can predict that there will be some emotional chaos that's followed of that. And then I can start to walk with the person through the cycle of healing, right? So, and this cycle of healing is what I like to call processing trauma. And all of the things that we've learned about in terms of processing trauma, REMDR and all those kinds of things, I think are strategies that can help us at different points in the cycle. But I think that they're really just counseling strategies. They're really not, or techniques. They're not the actual comprehensive therapy. I think that most REMDR practitioners would agree with that. And so I use different strategies at different points in the cycle. But let me go back to the Q&A here, and because I'm feeling a little conscious of the fact that I've avoided the reactive attachment disorder question. So let me talk a little bit about reactive attachment disorder. So let's go back up way up here to this. Right? So reactive attachment disorder is something that we often see beginning to really manifest itself in early teenage life. Okay, so anywhere between 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and I know that's a wide band, but remember that these stages are different for different people and different experiences. People will pass through them at different ages, but reactive attachment occurs when children who have not experienced strong attachments or strong healthy attachments in infancy, or children who have had their strong and healthy early attachments dramatically disrupted by later trauma, because remember, trauma can disrupt development. So even if I came from a great family where I was loved and cared for and all of my attachment stuff laid down well, if I was sexually abused when I was 7, it can unravel all of my early development, right? So then I end up at this stage, and the reason it happens here during this phase is because when we see here in the teenage role where our identity is beginning to develop, it's not our identity, our individual identity that's developing. It is our sense of identity within cohorts or groups outside of the parent-child dyad or dyads that we've existed in, or the familial context. So as children at a very early age, our sense of identity is as child of, our parents define our world. Our relationship with our parents define our identity. We may not even fully understand ourselves as separate entities from our parents.
Robert? Robert? Can you hear? You got muted somehow.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, you're back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but I'm back. So, where was I? So in that age range, 10, 11, 12, our sense of identity now begins attached to our ability to identify myself with my peer group, with some kind of cohort. And that is developmentally critical, right? Now, if I have had healthy development, then I already have a sense of myself as the world is a safe place to be in. I have trust. I have a sense of autonomy. I have a sense of initiative in the industry. I have those three things: autonomy, industry, initiative. I kind of collect them together as self-confidence, self-esteem, right? And then I can enter into my negotiation of peer relationships with an I can take it or leave it approach. So I can say, hey, this guy is my buddy. This guy likes to jump on my back and hit me in the head. Guess what? I don't need him as my buddy. Right? And I can reject my peers because I have a sense of confidence that allows me to go through this stage of identity versus role confusion by a process of elimination. So, so let me just show you here. So I've got a cycle for understanding how attachment develops and a cycle for understanding how our autonomy and initiative and industry develops. I have a cycle for understanding how we attach to our peers. And if you'll give me just a second, and I think I only have a couple of more minutes, I'll say this, that we become attached to our peer group by observing. So we first observe, and then we choose, right? We choose our peer group, and then we perform our peer identity, right? And then we refine, forgive this, refine or reject, right? So in our adolescence, that's how we develop a sense of our peer identity. Right? But here's the thing, in order for us to have agency to refine and reject our peers, we have to have all of those earlier steps and stages of development rock solid, because we need to have some sense of self-confidence that gives us the ability to reject our peers, right? Right? So refine, reject, and then we go back to observe, choose, perform, refine, reject, observe, choose, perform. If we don't have that, then in this stage in our development, if we are a malattached individual, if we're malattached, then we go from observe to choose to what I would say, we're not performing, right? We are, well, let me just, we go to locked in. And it's so, this locked in phase in reactive attachment is so powerful, right? That it's essentially a poor form of attachment that we develop. So we observe, we choose, and we lock in. Mom, I made a best friend. This is Joey. I went to school today and Joey said hi to me and he took me into class and he sat me next to him and Joey's my best friend. And I love Joey and now Joey can say, jump off a bridge. I'm going to jump off a bridge. Joey's going to say, curse out your mom. I'm going to curse out my mom. Joey's going to say, let's go steal some candy bars. I'm going to go steal some candy bars because I'm locked in, because Joey is providing something for me that either I didn't get early in my attachment cycle, or something that my sexual abuse disrupted in my attachment cycle. And here I am needing this thing in order to carry on with my development, and I lock in. Reactive attachment then is about a response to malattachment, and that malattachment can be something that was created by our abuse. Merritt, you're back on. I'm guessing that's my time. I'm going to have to leave you to another time to answer other questions around social media and other things, but it has been a treat for me to be with y'all, and I hope that there's been something of value in the presentation I made today. And I want to thank you for your being with me as we've tried to make this time as interactive as possible.
All right.
Hey, ladies.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
I'm good. How are you?
Somebody needs to mute themselves. Oh gosh, Robert, we've had such a powerful and enthusiastic response from our group to this time together. I'm so grateful that we were able to have some time to think about trauma and family healing with you. And just on behalf of the group, I want to thank you so much and tell you how much, how grateful and appreciative we are for the time.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Anytime you want to invite me to California in person, you just reach out. You know,
this is your official invite.
Yeah, I'm a fairly churched guy, and in the world of pastoral ministry, one says that when a person gets a call to serve a parish in California, they know it's from the Lord. So thanks so much.
Absolutely, thank you. So it's time for us to take a lunch break. We have 1 hour for lunch, and then we will begin again with our next speaker at 1 o'clock. So if you want to go ahead and we're going to leave this up, so you can go ahead and just mute yourselves and take your break, or you can leave and rejoin. Either way, whatever you prefer. But we'll see you again at 1. Thank you. You had some food and some rest. I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, Kikanza Nuri Robbins, and she'll be presenting on trauma-informed care for the victim service professional, and specifically about taking care of yourself so that you can take care of others during COVID-19. And Kikanza is a social justice advocate, as well as a consultant and author of 6 books, including Cultural Proficiency and Fish Out of Water. She lives in Los Angeles, and she's also working with us currently at the CAP Center to develop some additional training offerings around implementing anti-racist and equity framework. So we're so excited to have you with us, Kikanza.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
It's great to be with you, and I love being involved in the many iterations of strategies over the years. And today I feel really privileged. I feel like the cream in the ice cream sandwich, no, the cream in the cookie, because you've got 2 really strong and powerful speakers in the morning and the afternoon to help you work better with your clients. And I'm here to help you work better with yourself. So this is 1 hour totally devoted to you. This is 1 hour of self-care. Oh, Michael highly recommends Fish Out of Water. Thank you. It's about creating a culture of belonging and recognizing and acknowledging that all of us don't fit, even though we want to be there, we don't fit, and what we can do to help people to fit and what we can do to help ourselves to fit in. So, when we're talking about trauma-informed care, we're talking about our own traumas. We're talking about getting triggered. We're talking about dealing with the traumas of others. I just got off the phone with a young man who I met when he was 3 weeks old. Golly, and now he's 50. So that makes me really old. And one of his peers who I watched grow up is really having a tough time. And this is the third call that I've gotten where folks who have been fine over the past 6 to 9 months have reached their edge and have now decided to either walk off the ledge, or they're hanging on, or they're in total denial, even though everybody else knows that something is really wrong with them. So what I'm hoping that we will have this afternoon is a conversation. I want you to have a chance to share some of the things that you know and that you've learned. I want you to be able to ask for help, because even if I can't help you, putting the question out there will then alert someone who has the answer or has the resource to let you know that they can help. So please use the chat box extensively. And I am really focused on mutual aid these days, that we cannot do this work alone, whatever the work is. You can't do it alone. And we have to surround ourselves in a community where there is a sense of collegiality and a sense of reaching out and a sense of helping someone along. Everybody's carrying a sack of rocks, and sometimes we just have to put that sack of rocks down so that we can use both hands to wipe away our tears. And when that happens, someone might come along and just sit with you. Someone might come along and carry your sack for you for a few steps or a few miles, or just sit and examine your rocks with you so that you have a clear sense of what you can leave and what you need to carry on with. So this is what I'm hoping for today. And I would ask, first of all, well, I want you to tell me what's been hardest for you, but tell me what city you are in today in the chat box. All over California. I don't know Merkleville. Where is Merkleville? Markleville? How did I say it right? Fraser Park. I know where that is. And I know where Carmichael is. Petrolia, that's a new one for me. Go ahead and take off your mics and tell me.
Sacramento.
Marklebird is in Sacramento?
No, that was me. Merritt is in Sacramento.
Oh, Markleyville. Markleyville is a pronunciation, and where is it?
Berkeleyville's in Alpine County, California. So near, it borders Nevada, and it's near South Lake Tahoe.
Ah, so far east, far east. Thank you, Markleyville. Well, great. Well,
Right in the corner of California and Nevada, that little corner there of the state, south of South Lake Tahoe.
Okay, got it. And where is Selma? Where's Selma, California?
That's like Fresno area. I don't live there, but where I live in Ventura County. I know a couple of people that have relatives in Selma, so that's near the Fresno area.
Yeah, okay, got it. Well, I've been to almost all those places, but there are a couple there that if I was there, I didn't know it. So now tell me, and I'm in Los Angeles. I'm right in mid-city Los Angeles. What has, over these past 6-9 months, what has been hardest for you? What has been hardest for you? Coping with what? Everything? Rural isolation, not being around other humans. No humans? Family, no hugging. It's been hard. Not being able to interaction, needing a break for sure. So those of you who are introverted, have you experienced the isolation, fatigue? My high schoolers, yeah, living with them 24/7, that would be hard. Referrals from CFS. Yeah, it's hard. It's been difficult. And as you know, we as human beings need to belong. And one of the ways that we show how we belong to somebody and something is by gathering. We gather our families, we gather with friends, we gather with our colleagues. And the one thing that we haven't been able to do is gather. And then, oh, look at this, balancing work, technology, parenting, distance learning, not seeing loved ones when I want to, special needs young adult, changing routine, disconnected from jamming because you can't play it loudly because of all the other people who are around you. It's tough. So what we're going to do is talk about what's been hardest and how different people have been able to cope with those things that have been difficult for you. So summarizing what you've put in the list, I think is managing the technology, balancing work and family demands and desires, finding a rhythm that works for you and works for your family and works for your people, self-care, working with clients who are struggling, and establishing healthy boundaries when there is no room to even draw a line. I've found that I'm a night owl, and like last night I was up until 3 or 4 o'clock, and I do my best sleep between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m., but that doesn't always work. And then I'm a slow riser. I really don't enjoy the mornings. So if I had my druthers, I'd fall out of bed around 11 or 12, but that doesn't work for my clients. And so I know what kind of rhythm works for me, but then I have to adjust that rhythm to work for the folks that I'm working with. So we're going to go into detail with these things here. And as we come up with other, as I'll make some suggestions, and as you have tips, please add them to the list. So in terms of technology, I think that learning the different platforms has been a real challenge, and Zoom has gone to the top of the pile, but there are lots of other platforms that we need to learn, and that causes stress. And then the software and the new software, if you're working on a Mac just sent a major new software upgrade last week. And so everything is different on the screen. And so I find myself going back to square number 1 or 2 and trying to learn new things. And then with the Zoom, you can see in over here, over my shoulder, this ring of light on top of my picture that my niece painted. Is my ring light. And so having to figure out the lighting, and I do presentations for groups that I have to record. And so I have to, and my big window in my office is a west window. So I have to be very conscious of the lighting. And I often end up taping at 11 o'clock at night because that's when it's quietest, because I live in mid-city. And also because that's when I can have more control over the lighting. I don't have to deal with the sunlight. But these are things that we have to learn, learning how to use the mics. I asked a techie friend to help me with the mic. Somebody bought me the Apple EarPods, and they worked for a while, but they don't work for long. And so after an hour and a half or 2 hours, they need to be recharged. So I asked a techie friend for a mic that I saw him using that was working really well. He said, here's the name, just text it, search for it, and buy anything that says Blue. Okay. And so what I got was this humongous phallic looking thing. I thought it was going to be little like this, and it's bigger than my head, but apparently it works well. But learning how to use it, learning all the settings, bandwidth, especially when you're sharing Wi-Fi with other people, or when you're in an older part of the city or in a rural part of the area where there's just not a whole lot of towers around to help you out. It's difficult. I got bounced off of a presentation a couple of weeks ago and was gone for about 5 or 7 minutes. And by the time I got back, it was a totally different workshop. Was not one of my best moments. So things that I have, oops, back there, have not learned is not to touch the magic mouse if I don't want something to move. But things that I have learned that have helped is that when I'm doing a Zoom meeting, whether it's a one-on-one conversation or it's with the large group, I check in early. I check in early so I can do a tech check and I'm comfortable. And I encourage people to come a little earlier. Folks tend to come on right on the minute. So fewer people are late, but if they can come in a little bit earlier, then there's an opportunity for everyone to have on their mics, to play around with the video and the audio, but just to do some welcome chatter and for folks to see one another across the screen and say hello and greet one another and catch up. One session we ended up trading recipes, cross-cultural recipes for rice porridge around the world, and what people put in it to make it taste like something other than rice porridge. And you get to know your people and they get to know you, and then I find they are more willing to engage and to chatter and to talk and to participate when the session officially starts. I've also learned that having shorter meetings is better. So even though, the Outlook schedules us for an hour, but trying to keep it to 45 minutes gives you a chance to breathe between sessions. And I've found that with this technology, there is less side conversation. And so you can get to the heart of things and get the business done a little bit earlier. And so holding shorter meetings, then I stay for one-to-one conversations afterwards. So we officially end the meeting and then I stay and I play a little music. And so people can talk to me one-to-one if they want to, or they can talk and chat with one another. So it's a sponge opening and a sponge ending to soak up extra people, extra time, extra ideas that might not be addressed in the formal boundaries of the meetings. The other thing that I have found invaluable is using the phone audio. Is anybody familiar with the phone audio? Using the phone out with Zoom or something else. It's not coming on with your phone, but your picture's there. But but what you're able to do is use the phone as the medium. So even if the internet gets wonky and you start looking like this, the sound stays steady and stable throughout. And the setting, if you're on your computer, is in the lower left-hand corner. You just click the little arrow next to your microphone and it says use phone settings. Very easy to do and very, very helpful. Other tips, other suggestions for handling technology. You can speak up or you can write them. No tips. So do you absolutely love the technology and you're masters at it? So Adriana, will you turn on your mic and tell us what you mean by the space bar? Breakout rooms and surveys, kids are a great help, absolutely. The background screens, and I'm loving the filters that are kind of fun. In addition to the background screens, you can put on a hat or a funny face or a mask.
Hello.
Yes, Adriana.
Hi. Yeah, if you, the last icon that you click on, so if it's the mute button or the camera, if you hit the space bar, it'll go on and off as you please.
Ah, and so you don't have to search around for where is mute and
Right, exactly.
So you just hit the mute bar. Thank you. YouTube how-to videos, the fun filters. Great. Mock meetings. Yes, I've just started doing those mock meetings, and that makes a big difference. Martha, will you talk about the pre-registration?
So when I started out with this COVID scare, I was like, oh my gosh, we can't lose our family. So immediately we started sending out surveys to the families. Do you know how to use your phone? Do you know how that you have an email associated with your phone? Because a lot of people take it for granted that they know this. And a lot of the families didn't even know that they had an email, or their children had their passwords. And they set up their phones as parents, because of the language disparities. Their like children were like in school, so we couldn't ask them to participate and get them out of school. So it was like a lot of discovery, and then we just started creating the pre-registration and asking them questions. Are you comfortable with your internet use? Are you comfortable with Zoom? What applications have you used? So that we kind of had a little network base of what families were okay. And then we started putting people together, like buddying them together so that they could help each other. And I kind of made it more like we're all learning, we're all kind of going through this together, rather than we're teaching you, how can we better serve all of us, in this whole process. And they really enjoyed that. We had to create opportunities for children to engage within our meetings also, because they're there, and the parents are used to pulling them in sometimes for interpreting. So I speak Spanish, so a lot of times it was a lot of bilingual facilitation, but in those settings where we had to have interpreters present, we did the pre-registration because it helped for us to be able to help put families together with similar languages. And then if they wanted to participate and not be excluded or put in a special room for Spanish speakers, we would always offer that ability to have the interpreting available while they're listening to the English participation portion of it. So it's a lot of giving information.
Yeah, that speaks to the need for belonging, not having to be marginalized yet again.
Right, because it's so easy to do that, because we're looking for, everyone wants to be comfortable too, but sometimes I found that this has been a time for working outside of your comfort zone. One of the things that I was asked to speak for CRLA in a presentation involving technology, and one of the things that we talked about is meeting your agenda. We all have deliverables and we all have things that we want to achieve. However, we need to put those in the back burner and remember that we are human, and the humanistic approach is always the best approach, in the sense that we're exchanging information and we're going into their time. Their time is valuable, just like our time is valuable, and our agendas and our deliverables are valuable. There has to be an exchange, and that exchange.
Thank you.
Thank you. So important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. In addition to all that, Martha, you could give a whole workshop on this, is the rehearsals. Rehearsals are really important. Rehearsals for things that you might not have a rehearsal for. I did a Zoom funeral recently, and we had everybody online for a rehearsal, and we went through the whole thing ahead of time. So we got through some of the technical glitches and got people comfortable. So the funeral itself was a really meaningful experience and something that they wanted to see over and over again. And let's see, Angel said that she doesn't like technology. So one of the things that I do I'm pretty good with it, but not great. And so as a speaker, I always ask to have somebody as a backup to me to help me to manage. And if you can ask for that, or you can share that responsibility with a colleague, it gives you a chance to learn. And it also gives you a chance not to be totally dependent on yourself for handling the technology. So then with boundaries, you've got to know your limits. You've got to know what you can and cannot do physically and emotionally. So I thought Zoom was the best thing happening at first. And I was scheduling, I said, I can talk to 7 people in a day and just boom, 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 boom. And I was just crazy. My eyes hurt, my head hurt, my brain stopped working. And then, so I said, well, I can't do that. So then maybe every other hour. And then now I'm doing every other day because the brain just can't handle this kind of focus and this kind of light coming in. So I got different glasses so you can see when I turn certain ways, the blue tint that helps with the computer light. But it's really important. And then with your emotional boundaries, some days it's just not going to happen for you. And you have to be gentle and kind with yourself. I have a large weeping Buddha. And so I made an altar in my living room with the candles and the weeping Buddha. And it just reminds me that even if I'm in a good place today, the rest of the world may not be. And when I am not in a good place, I sit there and just give a few of the rocks in the sack that I'm carrying to the weeping Buddha and let the weeping Buddha handle it for me. So if you can find an icon of mercy, an icon of comfort to put in your home, it doesn't have to be, it could be a cross, it could be anything. But whatever it is, I have Kuan Yin, who is a goddess of mercy, in another room in my house. But whatever it is, you need to find something. It could be a bowl of chocolate that gives you some comfort. It may not be long-term, but immediate comfort, and reminds you that you're human and that you've got emotions that need to be handled. You need to negotiate with your family in terms of who gets to use the Wi-Fi, when people get to talk to you, when they have to leave you alone. And I already talked about holding shorter meetings. You need to start with yourself, with boundaries. I have found that if I can't set some boundaries for myself, that I can't negotiate with anyone else for boundaries. So if I say, I'm working today, don't call me, or I'm not going to talk to you until this evening because I'm working today, then that means I've got to not get on the texting and the emailing and going down the rabbit hole in YouTube and looking at memes. If I said I'm working, then I got to be working. Now, I'm not 100% perfect at that, but I have come to recognize that I've got to set boundaries for myself and hold myself accountable. And it makes it easier than for me to ask others to respect my boundaries. I went through a couple of months where I said, Mondays are low tech. Don't text me and don't email me. Or if you do, don't expect a response, because I'm turning off or turning down on Mondays. Serious Zoom fatigue after a while as well. Yeah, just take some days off. Other suggestions for boundaries. So the Zoom fatigue is a real thing. I'm supposed to be writing a book on gender diversity, and with 2 other people. And so we were meeting every week, and every week we would go, have you written anything? No, I haven't written anything. I can't even focus. I can't concentrate. I've got all these calls. Everybody wants to talk to me. And so finally, after about a month of feeling guilty because we weren't writing, we decided this was not the time to write. You know, it would be great if we got the book out. We wanted it done in December. It wasn't going to happen without killing one of us or all of us. And so we just put it aside till next year. How to handle Zoom fatigue and children doing Zoom school Monday through Friday. You know, I work with educators and they spend a lot of time talking about PPE and Zoom and distance learning, but they don't ever talk about the teaching or the learning. And it's bad for adults to sit in front of the computers all day long. Last year, we were yelling at the kids for being in front of the computers all day long. This year, we want them there in front of the computers. And so I think that negotiating with the teacher, negotiating with the kids, setting your own boundaries and watching the kid to say, you know what, you get a break now. You just get I know school's not over, but you get a break. I'll handle it with your teacher will help. It helps a lot. And then giving them different ways of using their media, so their technology. So sometimes I'm in my office on my big screen. Sometimes I'm in the kitchen on my laptop. Sometimes I'm in my bed with my phone. And then I have a studio where I sew and do creative work. And sometimes I put the iPad on a little stand in there and turn off the video and say, I'm listening because I'm working, and I sit and I sew or I do something. So you've got to find ways to break it up and change it up to make it work for you. And you can't just take the work, take the school and put it down in front of the computer and think you can do it the same way, because you can't. You can't. It's got to be done differently. And that's what we're learning how to do now, is how to engage using this platform in a way that takes advantage of this platform, as opposed to trying to make it something that it's not. Oh, going outside, sitting on the porch, sitting in your car. So finding a rhythm that works. So you experiment to learn your biorhythm and then adapt it to the demands of your day. I'm going to go back to harmony in a minute. So you got to move. So every hour, someone said every 20 minutes, look up, take off your glasses, look up, look away, look as far out as you can, and stretch your eye muscles, stretch your arms. I'm standing up. I don't know if you could tell, I got a desk that stands up, which makes a difference and gets me moving a little bit. I used to beat myself up because I would walk out of the room and forget what I had walked out of the room for. And now I say, oh, I walked out of the room to get some steps, and I walk back and then remember, and then I go ahead and walk it again. So some days I'll get 3,000 to 4,000 steps just walking around in my house, trying to remember who I am. So you make the environment work for you. I take my kids for drives, and we Zoom during class time. Great. And for a while in the spring, I was going on midnight drives, partly because I bought a new car on March 4th, and we went quarantined on March 10th. So I didn't have a place to go anywhere. All I could do was go out to the garage and pet my car. So I'd get in the car and just drive on streets I'd never been to before. In LA, we've got these really, really long streets, 20 miles long. And I just explore and look at new neighborhoods. Look at the moon, look at the water, the moon on the water. Pets help a lot. So here's this harmony thing. So a lot of folks say you got to go for balance. And to me, balance means you've got as much of this as you have of this, and that lets it balance. But you know, you've got work, you've got kids, you've got partner, you've got self. So you're already out of balance, but you can't give yourself as much time as you give all this other stuff. It's like, think about making a cake, or if whatever it is that you eat that you like. So there's some basic things that are in that cake. Every cake has got some kind of flour and some kind of sweetener and some kind of flavoring. So it's usually 2 cups of flour, 1 cup of sugar, a cup of some kind of oil, and some leavening. And then you want the flavoring. What do you have? A teaspoon of cinnamon, a teaspoon of nutmeg, 1/4 of a cup of chocolate, a 1/2 cup of brown sugar. But it's those little things. It's the vanilla and the spices and the chocolate, none of which do you use all at the same time, that makes the difference in whether you have a spice cake or a chocolate cake or a cinnabon. And so you think about, what is it that you need in your life? What is the spice in your life? Is it a candlelit bath once a week or even once a month? Is it a walk by yourself? Is it an hour and a half of nobody can talk to me while everybody is running around? Is it sitting in your car and turning on the heated seats and your music and just forgetting the world? What is the one thing that you can do that will make a difference, that will add harmony to your life, that will make this pile of flour and shortening and sugar into something special that feeds your soul? That's what you want to do. You want to go for harmony. Balance is not going to happen, but you do want to go for harmony. So midnight drives around UCLA, walks after work, crocheting, absolutely. Other suggestions that you have? Or comments, suggestions, comments? Okay. Rhythm is really yoga, doing something creative. And even though I can't sit in front of the computer all day long Zooming, I can play games and puzzles on my phone. And my doctor said that was good for my brain. So there, so nobody can tell me I'm wasting time. Dot to dot books, stepping away from media, reading a book. I love audiobooks. And so I can putter around the house listening to audiobooks. The news. I was on a news fast for 4 years, and I've just started watching the news, and I really missed my NPR friends. I'm doing it carefully. I'm doing it slowly, just like you come off a food fast. You don't sit down to a steak dinner, but give yourself permission to not watch the news, to not read the newspaper. If the world comes to the end, it doesn't matter. And if your house is on fire, someone's going to let you know. And anything in between, you can read about it. I have a celebrity death beeper. And so I get an email if somebody famous dies, and then I can read their bio and see what other people are saying about them. But there are apps for everything. So you don't have to get sucked into the news, especially if the news is going to trigger you. Walking with the dogs, animals help a lot. I water my dead plants and remind myself, and that reminds me why I don't have children. And then I feel better. Okay, what do you do with your clients? So I heard you earlier, I think it was Martha was talking about teaching your clients and having sessions. So you're teaching your clients, making considerations about their privacy or lack thereof, coaching them and how to sit, how to adjust the camera, how to look into the camera, how to get some eye contact and eye contact, how not to come in their pajamas or in their underwear. And if they're dressed only from the top up, not to stand up. You have to do that with adults too. I have one church that is totally traumatized because at choir rehearsal, one of their choir members forgot that he wasn't dressed. And when they took a break, he stood up and he didn't have much on. So all of these things, you have to teach the folks, and you teach the young ones, you teach the old ones, and you have to teach them more than one. You have to tell them more than once. So tell me, what have you learned from your clients? What have you learned about them? And what must you, we're missing a verb here, people. You tell me what verb I intended. Well, let's see if I can remember. So tell me what you've learned about and from your clients that help you to take care of yourself. What was I trying to say? What must you? What have you learned about them? I don't know. Yes, we are indeed human. Christina, you asked about teaching. Say something. Christina, you there? Yep, there's always tomorrow. And if there's not a tomorrow, then it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, thank you, thank you. What must you teach them? What must you teach them? What have you learned? What have you learned about them? What must you teach them? Thank you. Okay, so you'll be talking about clients this afternoon. You talked about them this morning. Let's go back to you. But understand that part of taking care of yourself is teaching your clients how they need to take care of you. So for example, I tell my clients, don't call me, text me. If you send me an email and you want me to read it right away, send me a text and say, just sent you an email. And I say this to CEOs and I say this to folks who are on the ground so if you want to get me, here's how you get me. In terms of scheduling, give me a couple of windows and I'll let you know which one I can fit into. So you teach your clients how to work with you. You teach your clients what they need to do so that you can serve them, so you can deliver. Learn that we're all in this together. Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about self-care. Self-care is primarily about time. It's about intentional time. Time with your friends and your family. And if you're extroverted, you really need that. If you're introverted, then you need to do it in a very, very, very intentional way. Time for mutual aid with your colleagues, like this kind of time. Time to be alone, just doing what you want to do, which may be absolutely nothing. And time out. Time, just a time. I'm not thinking this morning. So don't ask me anything because I'm not thinking. If you insist on asking me, the answer is no. Unless you've got some smart ass kids who'll turn that around. You don't use that with the adolescents. But generally speaking, you've got to, again, this is back to setting some boundaries and figuring it out. And even so, it could be, I'm flashing back to my mother. My mother used to say, she says, I can't even go to the bathroom in peace. And I would think, well, that's what you get for having so many kids. But sometimes the bathroom is where you go because you can lock the door and you can take your phone and you can do a crossword, a Sudoku, or some kind of puzzle, or just sit there and do nothing. And they have to leave you alone. But you figure out what you need. See, so spend some time alone to figure out what you need, and then you negotiate it. I have some friends who are married, and they have a daughter who just started high school. And the way their little family has figured things out is that each one gets a day without the other two. So the teenager is now old enough to be able to do things on her own. And so my friend's day is Monday. And she said, that's the day I get the house to myself, and Tom and Ellie have to go someplace else. And I don't have to talk to them. I don't have to feed them. I don't have to worry about them. I do, but I don't have to. And so I thought it was interesting. I thought it was kind of strange at first, but I see how it really, really works for them. And so you get to figure out what you need. And no matter how strange it may sound to other people, just don't tell the other people, but do it because it works for you. Do it because it makes sense for you. So my partner died a couple of years ago, and the deal in my house is don't talk to me until 11 a.m. And so we could be in the house and engage, and he'd bring me coffee, and he'd be watching the news or sports, or we'd share an office, we'd be working in the office, but I didn't have to listen until 11 o'clock. So, or else until I say good morning. That was the other thing. Don't talk to me till 11 a.m. or until I say good morning. And that worked. That gave me time to slowly ease into my day. And so my deal with him is don't talk to him during sports unless I was saying, here's some hot wings or something like that. Thank you. I lost 25 people in 24 months. 25 people I love died. It was whiplash. It was the worst 2 years of my life. And no one this year has died, and I'm grateful for that. And I think the universe was getting me ready to deal with all of the loss and grief that we have experienced this year together. Other suggestions about self-care? The link to the slides is above. Okay, so what's next? This is my favorite conversation. Everybody gets knocked down. Some of us get knocked down and stay down. Some of us get knocked down and get back up. And so I'm wondering what your metaphor is for resilience. So a slinky, as you know, is stretches, and then most of the time it will go back. Sometimes it gets all twisted and knotted up, and you can't do anything with it besides just throw it away. Or if it's a plastic one, it'll break. But it has a lot of resilience and a lot of flexibility. Silly putty appears to, it's pliable, it's flexible, it's malleable, it's highly adaptable, but it has no structure. It has no substance on its own. If you just hold it, it turns into a puddle. It'll take on whatever the shape of whatever container it's in, but without a container, it's nothing, not very resilient. Tunes appear to be very, very resilient. You know, the tunes are the folks who, in cartoons, you know, they get dropped off of cliffs, they get cut up, they get hit with hammers and axes, and 15 seconds later, they're back, ready to go, good as new or as good as they were before. Tunes are very, very, very resilient, except for the fact that they don't learn anything, and they go back doing the same things over and over again. So there's some resilience there, but not enough. Golf ball, the harder you throw it, the higher it bounces. So that's pretty good resilience. Kintsugi, that is the Japanese technique of repairing pottery, repairing ceramics with gold. And so the cracks are very apparent, and the cracks are right there. The cracks become stronger than the rest of the bowl, and you carry your scars, not your open oozing wounds, but your scars as art, as part of you. There's a group in Corona called the MEND Project that works with women who've been traumatized and re-traumatized. And one of their activities is painting their faces and their arms with gold to represent their resilience and the new beauty they have. There is a basketball court in South LA that an artist took over, an old neighborhood basketball court. He filled in the cracks in the asphalt in gold. He painted the court white. He put in new, what do you call those things? The basket netting stuff. But he used this form, kintsugi, as a mode of repairing and renewing this basketball court. It's absolutely lovely. So what are your metaphors for resilience? Rubber bands, they work fine until they get old and then they get cracked and then they snap. The Red Sand Project is deep too. I'll have to look that one up. Victor Solomon is the name of the artist. Victor Solomon. So you can look him up and see his basketball court. Tell me your metaphors for resilience. Kintsugi. Coyote and the Roadrunner. All right. Moving water. Yes. Music. Brian, is it Brian? No, it's Bryn. Bryn. Is music your metaphor? Will you turn on your mic and talk to us?
Hi.
Hi.
Is music my metaphor?
Mm-hmm.
It's my go-to.
It's your go-to.
It's
it's
probably the one most calming thing. There's many things, but I tend to go towards helping other people when I'm already lost. So music just puts like a stop on all that for me.
Yeah.
And then I can regroup and I stop getting in a cycle of like, well, that, it's relatively easy for me to just start going off on directions where I get away from what I'm doing by helping someone else. And so I just try to put on the music, regroup, and start from there. And it affects me deeply. It does something for my heart.
Yeah. So tell us about the Red Sand Project.
So the Red Sand Project is a beautiful thing. Sorry, we're raining today. I have a little bit of allergies, so I hope everyone can hear me and I don't sound too bad. But I came across it in 2012 after our family went through some things, and it actually was effective for adult survivors of abuse and trafficking. But it was found to be also beneficial and kind of an activity that family specialists and what we used to call wraparound workers up here could do with younger kids too. And it's really neat. You go to the place of the survivor's choice and they get to fill in the cracks. And it's kind of just like I don't know how to explain it. So it's like a sand tray on a bigger scale. It's like going through and you get this red sand and you feel it and you so it's very healing and very intense, like when you do it, if you're doing it right.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm seeing lots of things that give you comfort, which is wonderful. Moon and sun, because no matter what happens, they're consistently there. What a lovely metaphor. When war, water. When cold, fireplace. Always music and scented candles. These are great. Anyone else want to speak? I think I had a question for someone. Lanita, would you talk to us about moving water?
Hi. So I just had this wonderful woman once talk about how problems and hurt and everything should be felt, and that if we sit in a puddle with our problems and hurt, we're just stagnant and we're not going anywhere. But if we could feel our problems and hurt, whether we're sitting in the puddle for just 5 minutes or a little bit of time, but then just picturing it as a river or a body of water just moving along, you still have the problems, but you're able to move forward. You're able to go with grace, so to speak. I'm not quite sure if I'm articulating what I want there, but it's just basically you're learning a way to cope and moving with it. And the metaphor, she gave me the metaphor of moving water, or just sitting in, don't sit in the puddle, move with the river.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? Let me see. Paulina, would you talk to us about your rock?
It's choline, and it was the rock meaning being solid as a rock. And another one is like being the duck, let the water fall off of you, because ducks never stress, they let the water roll.
Yeah, well, they're really chill on top of the water and their feet are moving a mile a minute underneath, but they do sometimes stop everything. Okay, so let us keep thinking about your metaphor. Let me see, we got a few more here. Music isn't really a metaphor, it's just my go-to yes, and be a duck, Paulina. So if I asked you to do one thing, it would be to stop apologizing for what you can't do. Stop apologizing or lamenting what used to be. This is it. This is what we got. We're not going to go back to normal. We're going to have a new normal. And so what we need to do is, so people will say, oh, well, we can only do it on Zoom, or we're going to have a virtual meeting. No, we're having a meeting. Yes, we're having a funeral and it's going to be on Zoom. We're having a wedding and we're Zooming. And I'm not talking about us sitting there and looking without any kind of interaction. We're going to use the opportunity to be interactive. So the funeral that I did, we had people from New York, we had people from Ecuador, we had people from California that couldn't have been together otherwise. And the grandnephew of the man who had died played and sang a song very, very, very badly. And that was okay. And we got to see his baby son take his first steps on Zoom, because the baby was trying to get to him to say, please stop that noise. But the baby walked, the baby took his first steps. So stop apologizing. You know, this is it. This is what we've got. And we're making it work. We're not making it work like the other thing that we're not doing anymore. We're using this platform and making it work. So you approach this state of affairs as normal. Wow, some normal. But yeah, it's normal for us. This is how we've been living for the last 6, 7, 9 months. And stop waiting, stop holding your breath. This is it. This is it. So if for you, this is a pile of shit, then, you know, hold your nose and walk around it. If for you, it's a pile of clay, then pick it up and make something with it. But this is what we've got. This is what we've got. And for, I would guess, almost all of us, there have been some benefits to being in this state. So tell me, so let's close out by you sharing some of the things that you have surprised yourself with, how you have benefited during these last few months. I have traveled 2 to 4 trips a month, every month since 1978. This is the longest I have been home in all that time, the longest stretch without any kind of trip. I noticed just a month ago that my bedroom and bathroom look like a hotel room. The makeup is on the counter. The luggage rack is out. I have 2, one for packing, one for unpacking. It's always in a state of readiness. They're clothes that are hung on hooks so I can see them and not forget them. And it just dawned on me, I'm not going anywhere, and I don't have to live like I'm going to move in a minute, like I'm going to go someplace in a minute. And it also has given me the opportunity to say, you know, I really hate traveling. I am so glad to be home. I am so glad I don't have to go anywhere. What have been your benefits? More places to show live videos, free time for self-reflection, more time for family, more time for cooking and eating, and then exercising. I'm using my not traveling time for sewing. So I am going, so keep working in the chat box. I'm going to try and close out of this. Oh, here we go. End the show. Stop. Did we stop sharing? Yes, I've got a poem I want to pull up to share with you. So final words, last thoughts, parting. What's the new hobby that you started, Adriana?
We are starting to breed ball pythons.
Whoa.
So snakes. Yeah, we've gotten 4 in the past 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a new venture that we're on.
Indeed. I'm going, oh, here. Just Beyond Yourself. This is a David Wright poem. Just beyond yourself is where you need to be. Half a step into self-forgetting and the rest restored by what you'll meet. There is a road always beckoning. When you see the 2 sides of it closing together at that far horizon and deep in the foundations of your own heart at exactly the same time, that's how you know it's the road you have to follow. It's how you know it's where you have to go. That's how you know you have to go. That's how you know just beyond yourself, just within yourself is where you need to be. I thank you for the work that you are doing to bring healing and wholeness to the world. And I want you to know that I hold you in the light as you continue to do that work and you share your work as a healer with yourself so that you can move through the world healing and whole as you bring comfort to those around you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kikanza. It's so, even knowing ahead of time what the session was going to talk about, I didn't anticipate that the process of just thinking about, you know, meeting my own needs would just in and of itself feel like a relief. So really appreciative for that and for all the opportunities to engage. So thank you very much.
You are so welcome for inviting me.
So we now have a 15-minute break which incidentally, we also have Kikanza to thank for the break in the agenda. It was at her suggestion that we didn't keep you tied to the computer the whole day without any break. So we do have 15 minutes before our next presentation. So encourage you to utilize that time, maybe in one of the ways that you just identified.
And I will stay here if you want to chat.
I see Ingrid is here. Hi, Ingrid.
Hi.
I'm gonna try to get my screen set up for the next session.
Okay.
Kanza, I was wondering if you had a moment. I wanted to go back to that comment I left in the chat.
Yes.
Just to touch back. I noticed that in the bio that was provided for the for today's workshops was that you work at UCLA. My comment was directed that when I was a third year in the dorms, I was still living in the dorms at Sproul Hall. I dealt with a lot of anxiety that third year. I went through a bit of a rough patch in my academic career. So to curb that anxiety, and also I kind of had awful neighbors that I would take those drives, those midnight drives in LA, especially just anywhere near that Sunset Mile. Sometimes I'd even be heading towards like Griffith Park, even though nothing was open, or I'd head over to Mulholland Drive, right? That scenic view over the Hollywood Bowl. So I just wanted to share with that because you mentioned, you know, you're in LA and then, you know, that you work at UCLA. So thought I'd share.
Thank you. So Lena, I used to love driving on Mulholland as far as I could go. And so starting out in Malibu and then going all the way down to, you know, they blocked it off in the San Fernando Valley. So you can't do that anymore. Too many people killing themselves. But yeah, I love that drive. And then in Hollywood, where you can see into the valley or into the LA Basin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually used to do, so this is, I used to have to commute basically. So I'd commute from Ventura County all the way to UCLA. And my trick to getting there or curbing some of that traffic was that I would get off on, what street was it? But it was basically somewhere in Encino that would take me through those fancy, nice houses in Encino, and it would take me through Mulholland to, through Sepulveda Pass, and that's how I would get to school. So that's also a fun drive because sometimes I look at these houses and you'd see that Quixote or however you say that studio place, they'd be filming at some of those houses. So you're just like, who lives here? You know, what are they doing here?
Yeah, yeah. There's so much to see in Los Angeles.
Yes, and it as much as there is a downfall in the fact that it is so vast and large and wide, the perk is, like you mentioned, you know, take your car, go check out those streets you've never seen before, just go cruising, as we like to call it where I live.
Yep. Yeah. Like Western Boulevard goes from San Pedro all the way up and
exactly. Yeah. I would like to check that one out because at least from where I live, I start seeing Western from like the merge of the 5 and the 134. So that's like basically Burbank Alley. And then that street, literally, like you said, it takes you all the way down San Pedro. Like you're literally passing at least 6 or 7 different towns on that way. And so, yeah.
And then
sometimes just gotta check. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
East to west, it's like traveling around the world.
Yeah.
Because I'd start out like in Whittier on Slauson or Pico or Beverly, and then come all the way into town and just all the different ethnic communities along the way. Just wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, I agree. Well, I was glad that we're able to relate about our fun LA drives, right?
Absolutely. Not everybody in LA hates to drive.
Right. Not every, that's not everyone's forte, but I do like to enjoy driving around LA. So
Yeah.
yes.
Well, nice to talk with you.
Nice to talk to you, Kakanza, and thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce our next featured speaker, Ingrid Cochran, who will be presenting on navigating collective trauma, connection in the age of COVID-19. And Ingrid is a consultant and adjunct professor specializing in developmental psychology, abnormal psychology, and personality theory at Tennessee State University. And she's also the Tennessee Midwest Regional Community Facilitator for ACEs Connection, which is a social network dedicated to raising awareness of adverse childhood experiences, stress, and trauma. And I believe that she will be sharing her screen, so I will stop sharing mine. And Ingrid, you should be able to share yours now.
Thank you, Mira, and thank you guys for having me. Let's see. So give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Great. So like Mira said, we're here to talk about collective trauma and the impact that it may have on your work and how you can really work to create connections during this time where people are experiencing more stress, and it may be even more difficult than usual to connect with families and children. So just to give you some background, a lot of my work is in institutions along with nonprofits and grassroots movements. And so I always like to really set a foundation. And so I want to go over some key terms. Also, I'm a researcher by trade, so most of this is going to be theory and research based, which is not always exciting, but it does help to have a really good understanding of the trends and systemic issues that go along with the collective trauma. And hopefully you will be able to provide some psychoeducation to families who are also wondering what this collective trauma may be doing in their lives and in their families. So here are some key terms. First, collective trauma is something that is not well researched. There's not much research about collective trauma, but what we do know is that wide-scale traumatic incidents, even though they may or may not have an impact on someone in their individual everyday lives, are very, very impactful in our society. And so a collective trauma is an event or series of events that shatters the experience of safety for groups or groups of people. So obviously safety is very important. And so psychological safety especially. And so when we are talking about collective trauma, we're talking about as a whole, we are experiencing less psychological and physical safety, which is having an extreme toll on our physical and mental health. These events are different than other forms of trauma because of their collective nature, obviously. But because of this allows us to create a shared narrative. And we are seeing this play out in America. And so, in our small towns, in our cities, what does it mean for us to have a shared experience of trauma and create a shared narrative, and how this is impacting our physical and mental health is what we're going to talk about today. And then how we can overcome this situation when it comes to interaction and engagement with families and children. As you have probably noticed, collective trauma does not occur in a vacuum. It occurs within the political and social context of the time. A good example of this in our space right now, this collective trauma has aggravated already existing social issues, such as the racial reckoning that we had in May. It has exacerbated already existing chasms in our social political climate when it comes to this election year. And so this is hopefully giving you some examples of how collective traumas really play out on a large scale. They are definitely going to exacerbate existing issues within our society. And this will then create even more stress aside from just the pandemic. We are going to experience more social unrest, civil unrest. We're going to have issues in our one-on-one interactions in our workplaces and with our own families. And this is where we experience the most damaging aspects of a pandemic. It's not just avoiding a virus, it is also dealing with the stress in your own interpersonal interactions, in your work, in your homes, and in your cities and towns. This visual that you see here is actually from the pandemic of 1918. And as you can see here in this visual, we have nurses and they're wearing masks. And so I want to be clear that history is relevant right now. Anytime we have a collective trauma, it causes a shift in our history. And those shifts will then be, hopefully, can be a positive narrative, but if not, then they can lead to what we call intergenerational transmission of trauma. And so when we're speaking of collective trauma, it's not just the direct interactions. So let's say people who are actually catching the virus, who are sick, people who have loved ones who have passed away, they are experiencing primary trauma. However, we all are also experiencing secondary trauma, where we are experiencing the stress of being virtual, of having children who are going through virtual school and working from home. And so all of these different stressors are around secondary trauma. So you don't have to be directly impacted in a collective trauma to experience high levels of stress and trauma. And so hopefully this will help you to think about what it means to have empathy for those, for each other, for yourself, as we travel through this, because we are all dealing with either a primary or secondary impact of this pandemic. So in my work, a lot of my work is built around the adverse childhood experiences study. And this study really helped me to understand the impact of trauma on our physical bodies, as well as our mental health. One aspect of this study is how trauma is transmitted through generations. And so as we think about this phenomenon, which is called intergenerational trauma, these type of traumatic experiences that are transmitted through generations all start with the collective trauma. And this is a key point, because as you work with families and work with children, your main goal should be that you are not, that you are aware of the transition of trauma through generations, that you are actively working to prevent that. So as people are experiencing trauma now in this pandemic, it could lead to transgenerational trauma through the different ways that people adapt to the traumatic experiences that they're having now. And what this is called is ultimately a psychological legacy. And so this is usually due to coping mechanisms. And so as we move forward, we'll talk, what does it mean to help families to engage in adaptive coping versus maladaptive or insufficient coping, because we want to prevent the intergenerational transmission of this collective trauma. So also when we think of collective trauma, in our research of past issues, we have found 4 markers of collective trauma. The first one are exclusive values, norms, and mental models. Especially in this day and age when we are working towards being inclusive, we are probably very, very much aware of how our systems are not inclusive during this time. This collective trauma has really pushed a lot of organizations, especially state, federal, and then of course, even corporate, to think about how do we shift, how do we change our policies to be more flexible and inclusive during this time. And so one of the markers of collective trauma is these exclusive values. So this is really pushing us to think about, are we flexible during this time? Are we giving ourselves grace? Are we giving the families and children that we work with grace? If not, then we may be falling into these exclusive values and norms where we fall into black and white thinking, scapegoating, stereotypes, tunnel vision. This, again, is playing out in our larger society, especially when it comes to black and white thinking and scapegoating. So who's to blame? Who's at fault? And then not being able to understand or convey nuance or the gray areas that are present at this time. So you want to be able to be flexible in your own thinking and promote that in families as well. A second marker is collective angst. So this is the inability to trust. This is also not believing in a positive or brighter future. This is something, again, that's very widespread as we think about what life will be like after COVID or trying to get back to normal. This collective angst definitely will exacerbate any existing mental illness or issues around compulsive behaviors like addiction, OCD, PTSD. And this collective angst will also help us, if we use it in a positive way of thinking about meaning making, help us to create a narrative for the future or how we will overcome. But when we think about what does it mean to have a positive vision of the future, this is going to be integral in addressing mental illness, especially as we are seeing spikes in suicide and overdoses during this time. It is stemming from this collective angst and this inability to see a brighter future as we are more isolated. Another marker is collective victimhood. This is when we create narratives of loss and despair due to a collective trauma. These narratives, again, this goes back to how important it is to make meaning of the time. If we create narratives of loss and despair, these narratives will ultimately lead to intergenerational transmission. People will justify their own wrongdoings to say that, I was wrong first. A good example of this is going to be our civil unrest that we have experienced around this pandemic, especially around racial injustice and also around the infringement of freedoms like wearing masks and small businesses being closed. This narrative of victimhood or narrative of loss and despair is ultimately coming from our collective trauma. And if we were to have a shift in that, or be able to create narratives of overcoming or narratives around how we must come together and support each other, as opposed to being focused on the individual, then we would be able to overcome collective victimhood. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when it comes to strategies for families as well. And then lastly, we have a collective narrative of and memory of loss and despair. As we move past this collective trauma, will we look back on it with issues of shame and guilt or responsibility or who's to blame? This is, again, one of the ways that we perpetuate trauma through generations. During this collective trauma, we have people experiencing the stress of the collective trauma and also the secondary issues around the collective trauma, such as violence in their homes. They're being triggered through the collective trauma and their already existing mental health issues and addiction issues. And so if you are unable to get through this process and create a narrative of healing, then you will fall into this narrative of memory of loss and despair, which will then be more likely to lead to transmission of trauma through generations. And so collective trauma research is really dependent on the past. And so as we look to how we will deal with this traumatic experience currently, and as we move forward, we must look to collective traumas of the past. And some that are more present as well. So here we have collectively traumatic experiences. We have genocide, chattel slavery, any type of forced relocation and displacement, large-scale events that center around violence like 9/11, terrorist events, mass and school shootings. We have the Jim Crow era, natural disasters, economic and political upheaval. And then, of course, we have pandemics and plagues, which is what we are dealing with at this present time. You will also see community violence, war, and then assassinations or high-profile deaths. These past collectively traumatic events help us to understand our responses to this current one. Also, you will find that some of them are coupled. So as we experience pandemics, we also experience the resulting economic and political upheaval. One of the traumatic experience that I definitely want to visit shortly is community violence. We often do not see community violence as a collective trauma, but it is, and it is very impactful for those who are involved. And so as we look at these collectively traumatic events, just know that the pandemic that we are in is aggravating all of these other events from the past and currently. A perfect example is how when we first entered our lockdowns here in America, the pandemic was causing heightened awareness, the activation of our fight or flight response. And then when we had an incident of police brutality in May, well, several months, but in April and May, we have very high profile incidents of police brutality. This created basically civil unrest around racial injustice. Before the pandemic, we had very high profile incidents of police brutality that did not result in widespread civil unrest. But because we were already in a pandemic, police brutality, which is a collectively traumatic event, was basically just another layer or another pandemic within a pandemic. And so anytime that you have a collective trauma, all other collectively traumatic events that have resulted in historical trauma will be exacerbated and will cause a heightened or another level of the allostatic load or stress and trauma of the collective event. So you want to look here for intersections. We have genocide, which is something that people, Indigenous and Native people have experienced. So they will have even more of a hard time during a collective trauma like a pandemic. Same thing when we have chattel slavery, African Americans and descendants of slaves are experiencing more symptoms and more stress and trauma during this collective trauma because they have a historical trauma. And so these intersections will help you to highlight those that you are serving that are most at risk during this time. Again, if we think about community violence, families who are living in dangerous neighborhoods are going to have more higher levels of distress during this pandemic because they were already dealing with the pandemic of community violence. And so what do these symptoms look like? And you can already see how this is playing out here in America. Mass PTSD, depression, and anxiety, mass secondary trauma, vicarious trauma, and burnout. So secondary and vicarious trauma happening as people are beginning to experience loss of loved ones, as people are dealing with the virus themselves and may have survived, however, dealing with long-term consequences. Burnout in that people are working from home, taking care of children, and teaching from home. spike in community violence, spike in suicide and overdoses, and spike in substance abuse is already evident in our research from this pandemic. And then, of course, spike in unemployment. And even though crime rates and issues of child abuse and neglect and domestic violence are not exactly being shown because of the isolation, we know that as we are more aware, as we open back up, then we will begin to see what that looks like when it comes to crime rates, when it comes to child abuse, especially physical and sexual abuse, and then it also when it comes to domestic and intimate partner violence. We will also see presently and moving forward spikes in developmental delays and behavioral problems in children. As we move forward, we will also see more separation and divorce, and we are already seeing civil unrest, protests, and riots. When it comes to decrease in life expectancy, moving forward, as we experience the fallout from the virus, obviously presently, this virus will cause decrease in life expectancy as people contract the virus and pass away either from the virus or complications later. But the stress and trauma of the collective pandemic will also cause a dip in life expectancy as we move over the next 10 to 15 years. And so this is largely due to unresolved and untreated stress. And this is data that is greatly supported by the Adverse Childhood Experiences study. And then when we want to look at who is most vulnerable, what families need the most care, most efforts, the most resources, which families need the most grace and trauma-informed practices. We have Indigenous and Native Americans, African Americans. These two groups have experienced historical trauma and have the legacy of genocide and slavery that has deeply impacted their overall health outcomes, that has caused epigenetic changes, or the way that our DNA adapts to hostile environments that have caused aging, which make them more likely to have chronic disease and underlying issues. And so it makes them more vulnerable during a pandemic specifically, but also all the other aspects of historical trauma and racism, like poverty and mental illness and poor physical health outcomes, also make them a vulnerable population. People living in poverty, especially generational poverty, poverty, just like racism, causes a hostile environment that then creates high levels of stress hormone, high levels of, again, those epigenetic changes that I talked about with historical trauma. And then people who already are suffering from or managing mental illness and addiction. Because of the nature of this collective trauma being a pandemic, those who have issues with compulsive behaviors like addiction, OCD, PTSD, they're going to be the most impacted and the most vulnerable during this time. And then we have elderly and individuals with disability and chronic disease. This is the case in any time, but especially now that this is a pandemic, the elderly are more vulnerable to the virus itself. Individuals with disabilities are less visible, and so are more vulnerable to neglect and abuse. And then individuals with chronic disease, again, are more vulnerable if they were to be, if they were to contract the virus, but also they're vulnerable because they have needs around access to medication and care that they may not be able to receive during this time. And then of course, children and adolescents. So they are experiencing vulnerability due to first their lack of visibility in the community, but also because they're experiencing a sensitive period when it comes to brain growth and social emotional development. And when we have a collective trauma, that can impact or dysregulate the brain and its growth, and also have some impact on their ability to interact socially. And so we've outlined who is vulnerable, what those events look like. And like I said before, collective traumas can lead to intergenerational trauma. And this is going to be your probably most impactful role, how you can first educate families about intergenerational transmission, and then how your efforts can prevent intergenerational transmission. So not all collective traumas lead to intergenerational transmission, but those that do are because of the resulting changes that are made. If parents become more survival based, if parents become more stressed, or if they see the pandemic as an existential threat and they change the way that they parent their children, then this could result in trauma being passed down through generations. And so intergenerational transmission is what you would like to focus on in your interactions, educating parents about it, and then also ensuring that your work is to prevent trauma being transferred through generations. So when we think about intergenerational transmission, we have to look at systems, because we are not just impacted by just our one-on-one interaction. We're impacted by our individual interactions, our communities, our systems and institutions, and then of course we have that large scale impact of history, legacy, and structure. So when we look at this visual, this is interacting layers of trauma and healing from the RISE Center. Obviously, a pandemic would fall into history, legacy, and structure. And this is why, as we are involved in this pandemic, we have to think about what does healing mean from this collective trauma. And that looks like transparency, truth, and reconciliation. Just to give some context, this pandemic is highlighting mistrust with institutions because of history. So a good example is vaccines. Will people take vaccines once they're ready? Some will, some won't. Those who've experienced historical trauma will be less likely to want to take that vaccine because they don't trust the medical industry or the political structures. And so this pandemic is forcing us to think about the past, issues of transparency and reconciliation, open borders, and what it means to have multiracial solidarity as we move forward. When we think about the systems level, this pandemic is really forcing institutions to reimagine their structure and their policies. And then when we think about the community level, and this is important in your work because you want to promote this in your families, we think about building beloved community. We want people to understand the systems that are impacting them. We want to celebrate and affirm those that we're working with. We want to empower them. We want to celebrate their different backgrounds, their cultures, as a way to create a buffer against the stress of a collective pandemic. And then lastly, the individual and interpersonal level, which is another way that you can be healing, is listening and validating. As you're having your one-on-one interactions with your families and children, you want to think of supporting love and connection, family healing. You want to address ACEs and intergenerational transmission. You want to listen and validate their experiences. And this is what being trauma-informed is really about. Trauma-informed is about listening and validating, taking into account personal traumatic experiences, healing not just the individual, but family systems, and then creating loving connections and structure. So our first understanding of intergenerational transmission comes from a study that was done in 1966, and it was on descendants of Holocaust survivors. And what they found was that children of Holocaust survivors were displaying PTSD-like symptoms, even though they had not experienced the Holocaust themselves. The Holocaust would be a collective trauma, and they were able to see that trauma was being passed on through generations, despite the fact that they had not been directly impacted. So again, that goes back to what I said about primary impact, secondary impact, vicarious trauma, and then trauma passing on through generations. When we look at the ACEs study, the principal investigators for the ACEs study have done a great job of outlining intergenerational transmission. So those individuals who are being impacted by a host of negative or adverse childhood experiences during this time, anyone living at this time between the age of 0 to 18, they're experiencing adversity, or what we call adverse childhood experiences. This, according to Dr. Anda and Dr. Folletti, would then lead to disrupted neurodevelopment, which again, we will see in children as they display the inability to regulate their emotions, more behavioral problems, more developmental delays. Then resulting in social, emotional, cognitive impairment, the adoption of health risk behaviors, ultimately leading to disease, disability, and social problems and early death. This study also outlined that mechanisms that were impacting this process were epigenetic mechanisms. So this is how DNA is aged and adapts to the hostile environment, and then can be passed along to future generations through reproduction. And then intergenerational transmission, which is more about the environment. So how they're parented, what their neighborhoods are like. And this can happen from conception to death. So trauma or adversity can be experienced in the womb. And then when we look at intergenerational transmission more closely, we will find that those who are more vulnerable to complex trauma and the allostatic load of stress and racism are going to be impacted by issues that were there before they were even born. So historical trauma, and then also social conditions and local context. So where you live in the world, also race, religion, these types of issues that are going on even before you are conceived can impact the amount of stress and trauma and adversity you will experience in your childhood. And so this helps us to understand where those vulnerabilities lie. When we think of social conditions, local context, and historical trauma, we're talking about racism, sexism, poverty, especially generational poverty, and then of course, regional issues. And one thing that has come out of this adaptation of the original pyramid that I showed you is our understanding of allostatic load. So allostatic load is the low-level stress that is often accompanied with collective and historical trauma. So what this looks like for you is, since this pandemic, you may be more likely to drink more wine, or you might have less, you might be more hypervigilant, or you might be feeling more clumsy or having trouble sleeping. And so this is all of the symptoms of allostatic load. This means that the stress of the pandemic is kind of in the background. It's a background noise. But your heightened awareness of your, feeling less safety is leading to allostatic load, and if unaddressed, can be very harmful to our physical cells, our physical bodies. And so ultimately what we're looking at is intergenerational transmission is the movement or passage or exchange of beliefs, norms, and values. And if we look at how it happens with trauma, it's going to be maladaptive coping, survival-based parenting practices, social learning, and genetics. Maladaptive coping is going to be very prominent during this time. We are already seeing the increase in substance use, and especially the increase in mental illness, suicidality. Survival-based parenting practices. These are groups who use harsh parenting because they feel unsafe. And so traditionally, when we think about this, and the research is very clear, this is groups who experience historical trauma, so African Americans and Native and Indigenous people, but then also people who experience poverty. And so these parenting practices are going to be, again, more exasperated by this collective trauma as people will fall back on harsh parenting practices due to stress. Social learning, children being exposed to those maladaptive coping and survival-based parenting, and will model their parents' behaviors, especially based on gender. And then genetics. And this is very important as we think about self-care. I know in the last session, there was definitely a focus on how you take care of yourself. And so this is really talking about why we should take care of ourselves during this time. Because as we experience high levels of stress and trauma, our genetic material is adapting. And those adaptations, if it's due to a hostile environment, it's going to be around the increased likelihood of chronic disease or what we call DNA aging. And so this is important for you, and this is also important for your families. And so as children experience trauma and stress, what that looks like for DNA is shortened telomeres and the methylation process that can lead to chronic disease, but also cognitive impairment and mental health issues. So if we think about what works, and during this critical time, we really want to be able to address these issues of stress and trauma. We want to look to very clear ways to address that are very much supported by research. So multi-systemic therapy is one of very sound intervention, especially for children who have behavioral problems. This is especially important for adolescents. EMDR has a lot of research behind it to address trauma. Relevant psychoeducation. So families need to know that as they are in a collective trauma, that they really need to engage in self-care as a way to protect their DNA, to protect the DNA of their children and promote DNA repair. And also they need to know that collective traumas are different, and that even though they might not feel like they're impacted primarily, doesn't mean that they are not experiencing higher levels of stress and the stress hormones that go along with that. Promoting telehealth. Right now, a lot of people are not engaging in what they need. So people are not getting mental health services. People are not even getting physical health services. I just was reading research that said that breast cancer diagnosis is down 50%. And so this is a reflection that people are not getting preventative care. People are not interacting with other services, mental health and physical health. So promote telehealth. Socially distanced home visits. Home visits are very much research-based as an effective way to connect with families. And it's very difficult at this time, but being creative and thinking about ways to interact that are social distance outside, where you can see your families face to face, is going to be helpful if possible. Obviously, CBT works. The use of technology. So we must be on board with using technology as a way to access. We need to be able to think about FaceTime and texting and using Zoom and Skype and other ways that we can stay engaged through the use of technology. The use of genograms is always important. So mapping out a family tree and talking about what has happened in relatives' lives, and as a way to establish first historical trauma, if any, and intergenerational transmission, and help families to understand that intergenerational transmission does happen, and that if they're experiencing high levels of stress and trauma now, that they can continue that in their children. Again, going back to that relevant psychoeducation. And then promoting DNA repair. And this is something that is important, not just for your families and children, but for yourself as well. DNA repair is mindfulness, it's yoga, it's eating green things, it's drinking lots of water, it's getting a lot of sleep. So any way that we can promote repair of our DNA is going to be beneficial for you as well. Incorporating mindfulness and rituals. Making sure that your families, again, that relevant psychoeducation, understand that it's important to ritualize things. It's important to slow down during this time. Engage in self-care and promote parent self-care. And then, of course, as always, being family-centered and solution-focused. Families will interact with you more often if you are helping them to solve their problems. And so right now it's going to be about what resources they have, how to solve those problems around financial stress. If you prioritize what they say they need, then you're going to gain more ground in interacting with them. Research and surveys. So understanding your families. Being able to survey them, asking them questions about their communication style, asking them questions about how they want to interact with you, asking them questions about what services they need, asking them questions about what are their ultimate goals. This is going to help you to be more family-centered and more solution-focused as you work together. This will also help you to establish relationships that are mutually beneficial and partnerships. I can't stress more that being flexible is important. We often have rules and procedures and policies that we have to adhere to strictly. And this pandemic, like I said before, is really pushing organizations to rethink what it means to be accessible, what it means to meet people where they are, as we are pushed into the virtual space, and what does it mean to engage when there's less accessibility. So that flexibility is important. Whenever you hit on a space where you feel like you can't do what you need to do, that's when you really need to think about, how do I get what I need? How do I get around a policy? How do I get around a procedure? Who do I need to talk to make this happen? Because this is unprecedented times. And so it requires flexibility. And then, of course, being trauma-informed and trauma responsive. When we think about trauma-informed practices, it's really important to recognize the 3 R's from SAMHSA. It's something that is always good to revisit. We realize that the trauma is widespread. We recognize signs and symptoms, we respond accordingly. We respond not just in practices, but also in policies and procedures, and we resist re-traumatizing. In my work, as I used to work in Child Protective Services, and I was just well aware that these families were dealing with a lot of trauma already, and how am I, in my role, re-traumatizing them in my efforts, and how do I avoid that? And so the 4 R's are going to be very important as you move forward in your care of individuals during this time. So I want to take the rest of the time to really address any questions that have come up. I can't see the chat while I'm sharing, so I'm going to stop sharing and see if they have any questions about the information that I've presented. So I definitely want people to turn on their cameras if they feel comfortable. I like to see people's faces. I don't like slides. And then I want to be able to answer any relevant questions or to be a resource to you. Of course, you will get all of these slides from this presentation. And do you guys have any specific questions that can be, as you look to implement things? And yes, I see digesting. It was a lot of information and a lot of heavy information. Like I said, this is a collective trauma, and the meaning making process is very important. So how do we process, how do we help families process, and how do we prevent intergenerational transmission?
I wanted to comment, Ingrid, if that's okay. I feel like if anything, I've learned anything today is that trauma history is obviously real and a good help, or at least a good context to know how to help the families we serve or the clients we have. So, I mean, if anything, I feel like your presentation especially has resonated with the trauma history that I have in my family. You know, some of the stories I get told of maybe my mother's grandparents, you know, or like my father's relatives. Well, like I hear a lot of trauma. And as someone who helps, you know, families in high risk situations, but I also have to deal with anxiety, with panic disorder. You know, it just makes me think of my own self. So how can I continue to provide that self-care that you mentioned, right? So yeah, I just wanted to share that's kind of where I'm thinking. I don't really have any comments or suggestions, but yeah, thank you for sharing.
That's a perfect thing to bring up, because that was one of the tools, right? I asked, you know, use genograms. Genograms is really focusing in on that family story and what, if any, trauma is there, because that is an indication, and that can be a tool to teach as well, that trauma is passed along through generations. And so if we do a genogram and we have a family history, then we can know what the trauma history is, if any. And then we can have a better understanding of our interactions with families, what they have dealt with in the past and how it's impacting them presently. And then we can also use it as psychoeducation. So because your grandmother went through these things and you're impacted this way, just know that in this heightened time, your children are experiencing trauma, and what does it look like for it to pass along from them? And so again, when it comes to connection and interaction during this time, your number one goal should be to prevent the transmission of trauma through generations.
I wanted to ask a question about, I don't know quite how to word it, but I work with young children in a rural setting, and this is the first time I've seen the collective trauma coming out in self-harm, and a lot of biting and pinching and other self-harm acts done to themselves. And I've had a lot of parents just being like, well, what do I do? And normalizing it is great, and I've been trying to normalize it, but what are some of the things to help with the symptoms?
Yeah.
It's okay. The doggy started to growl as soon as I started to talk. But just how do we help with the those type of symptoms that come up with this type of collective trauma?
Yeah, that's a good question. And so any type of self-harm is what we call maladaptive coping. So this is a coping strategy that children are using. And so anytime that we encounter maladaptive coping, we need to give adaptive coping so that we can trade off. And so what does it mean If I'm biting, pinching, harming myself, working with that child to identify, of course, the emotion behind it. What is the emotion right now? And once we identify the emotion, then when we feel this emotion, what else can we do? This is a good way to also promote that DNA healing. So if we can engage in mindfulness, which is one of the tools that we said, whenever I want to bite or hit or self-harm, then what's my alternative? My alternative is to engage in some mindfulness or ritualistic practices that I can use to calm myself down. And so we really have to work with those children and parents to identify what's the emotion there, what happens right before we self-harm so that we can be able to see the patterns, and then what's the alternative? And the alternative needs to be something that is adaptive as far as coping. So rituals, mindfulness, especially young kids, it could be exercise. When I'm feeling like I want to hurt myself, I need to go outside and run or do push-ups or, and that is also promoting DNA repair, because aerobic exercise, especially along with mindfulness, heals DNA.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other specific questions that can be helpful to you in your work? Well, I do want to end this time with the understanding of intergenerational trauma as something to be very well aware of at this time. The downside of collective trauma that is widespread in this way, is that people will find ways to cope. If they don't have the strategies, they'll fall into that maladaptive coping. Obviously, this will then lead to more of this intergenerational transmission through social learning and the parenting practices that people employ when they experience high levels of stress. And then, of course, the abuse and neglect that is more likely to happen during this time of isolation. The implications of intergenerational transmission is that we will have the fallout from this collective trauma for the next decade or so. And if we believe in the research that the ACEs study shows us, that fallout is going to look like an increase in mental illness, and then the physical health problems that are associated with that, like diabetes, cancer, high blood pressure. And so self-care and the ability to cut that intergenerational transmission is going to be so important as we think about the long-term health of children and families. I see something that's come up in the chat, so I want to take some time to talk about that. So Susan, how do I find out more about healing DNA, strategies for healing DNA and why it works? So healing DNA is something that it's just not called what I've been talking about, but when we talk about healthy living, what we're talking about is healing DNA. So if we have intergenerational transmission or historical trauma, we know that these groups are more vulnerable to those epigenetic changes that cause that chronic disease and mental health and cognitive issues. So people of color, especially African Americans and Indigenous people, need to engage in DNA healing. Children who have parents who have experienced high levels of trauma need to engage in DNA healing. And what this looks like is mindfulness practices are one way, and then cardio exercise is another. And the reason why it works is because the first level of trauma changes the brain. The brain is then shifted into more of a survival mode, which means that it is activated in a way that makes it more likely to flip the switch to release stress hormones and to be hypervigilant. This causes a wear and tear on our nervous system. And this is where we get to the point where we have a higher likelihood of experiencing chronic disease, and also deterioration around cognitive abilities. So the brain is central. So things that are good for the brain are good for healing DNA. So what that looks like is cardio exercise is great for the brain health, which then can counteract the disrupted neural development that comes from experiencing trauma. Mindfulness practices like yoga and meditation are great for brain health. What we're talking about is things that help the brain to regulate itself and work more efficiently. So nutrition is going to be good for that, which means you need to eat less red meat and eat more green vegetables, right? Sleep is important for brain health. When you sleep, your brain cleans itself. And if you don't get enough sleep and you don't get to that level of cleaning, then you have brain fog the next day. It's harder for you to think. And so the lack of sleep ages DNA. So getting enough sleep is healing for DNA. Let's see, what else? Those are the main things: cardio, mindfulness practices, and nutrition and sleep. One thing about mindfulness practices, prayer is considered a mindfulness practice if it's done in the right way. And I'm saying this because it's hard to get families to engage in mindfulness, right? I'm having a hard time. Well, you need to meditate. Not everybody is into that. But prayer is a mindfulness practice that can be easily adapted by a lot of different people, because the vast majority of Americans are religious and have a religious practice. So prayer can be a mindfulness practice, especially if it's ritualized. And also if it is positive in nature. So to pray for what you need as opposed to praying against what you don't want, if that makes positive, focused prayer. So that is another strategy that can help if you have people who are unable to, who either are unable or unwilling to engage in mindfulness practices for lots of reasons, to include cultural ones. And yes, so humor, laughing is good for DNA healing as well. So they even have yoga that's focused on like laughing yoga. So it's because laughing does emit or help the body to produce serotonin and other positive hormones that ultimately have a healing for your DNA and for your nervous system. And so, yeah, when I talk to different groups, I often let people know that prayer can be a mindfulness practice and is a mindfulness practice and has research to support that. Any other questions about all this heavy information that I've given you today? Well, I definitely want to thank everyone. Oh, yes. So dance, just like any aerobic practice, is good for healing DNA. Drumming is also good. Any type. So drumming is definitely research-based to be healing to DNA. Dance as well. But when we think about cultural practices, for those who've experienced historical trauma, it has multiple benefits. So it helps to be a protective factor against stress and trauma. So those who are disconnected from their traditional practices, like Indigenous Americans and African Americans, if they are able to connect to cultural practices like drumming or African dance, then it's twofold. The aerobic benefits to the brain and DNA healing are very important, but then also the connection to more traditional practices and Indigenous practices is a protective factor against stress and trauma as well. So that's a great question.
One of the things that when we're practicing our tribal ceremonies and things, and just some of the places that we live, because there's still a lot of places in our area that don't have internet to begin with. But the places that we go to practice ceremonies, there is no media. So it's all left behind. So it's just not even an option. So it just kind of gives you that extra layer of peace, where you're not attached to anything from outside. You're at the river, you're in the mountains, you're away from all of the craziness that's kind of adding to that stress, basically. And so you remove yourself completely from that, which really, really helps as well.
Yes, being out in nature is also considered a mindfulness practice and has various benefits to DNA and overall well-being. Well, I definitely want to thank you guys for your engagement and your attention. I hope that this presentation was helpful as you conceptualize what it means to deal with the collective trauma. I hope that you give yourselves grace. In order for you to be able to connect and engage, you have to take care of yourself. And then, of course, helping your families to understand that they need to do that for themselves as well. And so, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. It's so lovely to see all the faces for the questions and discussions. So I really appreciate you encouraging that, and definitely encourage you, to, if you're comfortable, to continue to share your cameras in the next session. The planning committee really wanted to be sure that we allowed time today for you all to connect with each other and really share your expertise and learn from each other. So even though we are going to take a short break right now, I'm encouraging you to return for that session. We're going to alter just slightly from the schedule. We had intended a 15-minute break, but we've received some requests to have a little bit longer time for the discussion. So we'll allow 30 minutes for the breakout discussions. And so with that, we'll pause now. It's 3:15, and please return at 3:25. And oh, sorry about that. We only had 10 minutes, but you still, the good news is you still get your whole 10 minutes. So, we will return at 3:25 for the breakout discussions, please.
Thank you, Merritt, for having me.
Thank you, Ingrid.
We do appreciate that. I also want to give a big shout out to our team who's done work to put all this together. Merritt, Michael, Madison, and others. And by the way, you don't have to have your name start with an M in order to be involved in this work. It just seems that it's worked out that way. But thanks a lot for all of your work, because it's a lot of time and effort. And for those of you who have been converting presentations and conferences and so on into virtual formats, you know, there's really a lot of little bits and pieces and moving parts to be considered. So I really do appreciate that work on their part. Certainly the speakers were wonderful. They were informative, and the topic is so very timely. We know that the issues of trauma, the impacts of COVID are affecting all of us, not just the people that you're serving every day, but also yourselves and your families. And so hopefully this day, this symposium has not only given us all insights professionally that help us in our practice, but also brings some new insights and thoughts about our own lives and our families' lives and our colleagues, and how we are all responding right now at this time. So I hope that you got as much from it as I think I have, and that I've heard from some comments, and really do appreciate that. Certainly I want to echo that we would really like it if you would fill out the evaluation form, because that just helps us do things better and better when we know what you need and whether or not we've been able to fulfill some of those needs that you might have had for this. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for all the people that you work with and you support, and that you make their lives better. You are indeed essential. You're essential to us. You're essential to those you serve, and certainly to your colleagues. So thank you so much for participating today. And we look very forward to continuing to be in contact and communication with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sheila. Just the last thing we wanted to mention is that we do have another symposium coming up on December 9th, and that one will focus on racial and gender equity in victim services. If you haven't had a chance to register for that, Madison will go ahead and put the link in the chat again, and we'll of course be sending that out by email, but always appreciate your help in spreading the word about that and letting your colleagues know if you think they might be interested in participating. But I'm just thrilled to have had such robust participation from all of you today. Thank you for spending the day with us. And my contact information is also here. I definitely work for you, so I hope that if I can, be of any support or help, that you'll reach out to me either by, this is my phone, my cell phone, and my email address. So please reach out if you're interested in participating in one of the committees I mentioned, if you have any ideas or suggestions, or if you're just interested in engaging with us, we'd love to hear from you. So thank you again. And that brings the symposium to a close.